Welcome back to our talks post lunch. I hope all of you are ready for this exciting talk. So we have Dr. Nageena Akhtar over here with us to deliver a talk now. And she is a Master of Chiropractic. In 2006, she had done the Masters and Postgraduate Certificate in Clinical Proficiency from the Anglo-European College of Chiropractic. Bournemouth and UK, it is in UK. Her special interest is in neurodevelopmental delays and autism spectrum disorders. In her career as a chiropractor, Dr. Nageena has enjoyed providing chiropractic care to all ages, including babies and children, in the UK for over a decade. And she has brought her wealth of knowledge here to the UAE. So she has some personal experiences that she would be sharing with us today as to how she has used this knowledge and gained good results from that. She has rigorously continued to study several topics such as functional medicine, functional neurology, neurofeedback, primitive reflexes, behavioral interventions, Melillo method, supplementation, functional neuroscience and neuroexercises in child development, brain stimulation, sensory motor integration, diet and nutrition, and chiropractic techniques, including cranial adjusting. She recognized and applied the learned material, knowledge, theories into practical approaches to children's health and started applying them. Not only on someone who is very close to her, but the children she's seeing also benefited from this wealth of knowledge and skills. Dr. Nageena is working closely with specialist therapists to provide the specialist integrated services to children that are urgently needed here in the UAE. She is extremely excited about the amazing possibilities that an integrated approach using recent research and chiropractic interventions can provide to the lives of children in the UAE and worldwide. I would like all of you to give a big round of applause and welcome her for the talk.
Thank you everyone for being here today. I'm really grateful. I have a disclaimer to make first of all. I was given this presentation opportunity just 4 days ago, so my presentation may be a little bit rusty, but I tried to put it together very quickly so I can provide you all with really important information which you will really benefit from for your family, for yourself, or for your loved ones. First of all, I want to share a story with you about who I am and what I do, with all the wonderful credentials that we're introduced with, but I'll give you the real story of who I am and why I'm here today, and why I chose to come and speak to you all here. So thank you first of all for being here and giving me your time. I appreciate that. It's an honor to be here today. This journey started when I was around 5-6 years old. And it started with my mother suffering with migraines. All her life I'd known her suffering with migraines, in her bedroom, with a scarf on her head, vomiting into a bucket in a blacked out room. Either I would see my mum in bed or I would not see her, she'd be at work. And this was what was happening during our childhood. So we didn't have much of a childhood. Mum was usually in bed, we had to be quiet, we had to move around quietly and let her rest. Or she'd be at work and we wouldn't see her. One day someone said to her, go and see a chiropractor. Never heard of what they were. Maybe some of you haven't either. We didn't know what they were. One of her friends said, go try it. It's a different type of treatment, maybe it will help you. So off I go, I tagged along. I was about 10, 11 years old then, so this was 30 years ago. I went along with her, as little kids do, and all I remember is this, she was on this chiropractic table, and the chiropractor, he held her neck and clicked her neck, click, click, both sides. My mum stood up and she said, my headache feels lighter. And the next day, in the morning, and I remember this like it was yesterday, she said to me, I slept like a baby for the first time in 25 years. That's how long she'd been suffering with migraine, right? And so it was that moment, and I remember it, a snapshot memory. That was the moment I was going to have that magic in my hands one day. Because to me, as a 10-year-old, it was magic. We got our mother back, we got our childhood back. She was up and about, we were playing, we were talking, we were able to go to the park. We were able to communicate with her. So then that's what I wanted to be. So since age 10, 11, I started studying biology, right? I applied to one university in the UK that was for chiropractic. There was no backup plan. There was nothing else I was going to do. And to this day, my mother said, I would have liked you to have been a medical doctor, really. So we still have a little giggle about that today, but I said to her, I'm going to be a chiropractor or nothing. This is it, this is my calling. So off I went to university, loved it, studied very, very hard, got my A-levels in the sciences, got straight A's, worked really hard, went to university, did really well, was the academic rep for the 5 years that I was there. I was the academic liaison officer for the student union body, worked really hard in ensuring the academic standards were very high. I even represented my university in Melbourne, Australia, as part of the WCCS, which is the World Congress of Chiropractic Students, as the International Chiropractic Officer. As I graduated, I won the prestigious awards of All-Round Best Student Award. I won the Student Award. I was encouraged to attend the British Chiropractic Association as a new grad committee member. So life was looking great. I was married. I got offered a number of jobs. I started working the following year. I bought a house the following year. I started my own business. Life was wonderful, so it was time for starting a family. And this is when I struggled, because I had a couple of miscarriages, then I had an ectopic pregnancy. And so after my operation, I just remember wanting to just be a mum. Like everything else didn't matter anymore. I just wanted to be a mum. And I was like, God, please just give me an opportunity to be a mother. So I was blessed with a baby boy, Mohammed in 2009 in July, and he was the joy of my life. And soon after that, I said to my husband, let's have another one. Just keep the family growing. And I had my Ali welcomed in February 2011. Unfortunately, after 24 hours, Ali turned blue, and he was sent to NICU. And we stayed there for 3 weeks, and I was told that he was having infantile seizures, which had stopped. So 3 weeks in hospital, we got sent home. When I got home, he was still struggling. He wasn't feeding very well. He was not he was not growing. And I kept going back to the hospital again and again and again. I would say to them, something's wrong. We need to look at my boy. He's not drinking well. And they said, it's your milk. I was breastfeeding him. He said, it's your milk. You need to stop the milk. So I changed formulas. I froze my breast milk, because I still believe that breast milk is the superior milk for the children. And nothing seemed to help. And I remember this one day, and that was when my son turned 2, and Umar was 6 months old at this point. He was coming up 6 months. And I remember coming home from the hospital, defeated, broken, and I said to my parents, they're not listening. Excuse me. I said, they're not listening. The doctors are not listening. There's something wrong with my boy and they're not listening. And I said to the doctors, something's going on. His body's hypertonic, the legs are flaccid. I know there's something's wrong. And they said to me, he has reflux and you're not a real doctor. So I went home and I said to my sister, I don't know what to do, there's something wrong, they're not listening, I don't know what to do. So bless her heart, God bless her, God give her a good long life. She drove me to Belgium that day. So she drove me to Belgium. We went to the University of Ghent hospital privately, saw a gastroenterologist because I thought it was reflux, and then we saw a neurologist, and they said to me, your son has a few days to live or a few weeks only. That's what his terminal. So he passed away a few weeks later in my arms. We did extensive testing. We tried to find out what happened. He was, the pregnancy was fine. He was organically fed. He was a breastfed child. He was well looked after. We wanted to have some answers. So we did a lot of extensive testing, and there was nothing. There was a vague kind of, it may be a neurometabolic condition, but we don't have any definitive diagnoses. We then just kind of, moved back in the UK, just kind of trying to get along with things. And after 18 months, I find out I'm pregnant unexpectedly, and we get some terrible news that my first son, Mohammed, was having some severe developmental delays, and this propelled me out of grief, because I was grieving and I was just like, I don't know what to do in my life. But as soon as I heard this, that your child is severely developmentally challenged, and that he may have severe autism, he may never talk, he may never amount to anything, he may need 24-hour care for the rest of his life, it just threw me into research. I was starting to research and study, and I was like, I've lost one son, I'm not losing another. So I went into warrior mom study mode, right? So studying everything I could find, and I came across brain balance and integration and nutrition and therapy and functional medicine and homeopathy and everything that I wouldn't even look at previously, because I'm much more of an academic person. I want scientific literature, I want evidence-based medicine. But I looked at everything because I was going to explore every possible avenue that was going to help support my child. And I studied, I've studied in excess of over 10,000 hours to date, and I'm certified in a particular Melillo method from America at the moment. So I went into this journey of trying to help my son, who was then diagnosed severely autistic and told that he wouldn't be able to talk, he probably would need 24-hour care for the rest of his life, and basically go away and live with it. And I just turned around and I said to the doctor, no doctor, you're wrong. I'm going to find a way. My God has told me there is a cure and I'm going to find it. And she just tapped me on the shoulder like a deluded mother, off you go home. So off I went home and I did exactly that. I studied and I studied and I studied and I studied and I found a way. And we failed many, many times along the way, and it was a tough journey. But things started to improve. My son started to improve. My daughter was born very healthy, and things were looking good. We got news back from great news back from Belgium. They told me it was a rare genetic mutation. It won't happen again. We haven't found the gene. So it was just one of those rare things. They don't repeat. So my husband and I, with some faith, we said, okay, we'll try for our final addition to the family. And in July of 2015, we welcomed Qasim. And what a beautiful little boy he was. And I remember thinking, Allah has been so kind to me, because Umar passed away on the 27th of July, and Qasim was born on the 29th of July. And I thought, Allah has been so kind to me. He's given me back Umar, right? And he did, because Qasim unfortunately had the same neurological presentation that Umar had. And he sadly passed away in February of 2016. And I remember feeling this all-consuming darkness. It was a very dark time. And I remember thinking, what is the meaning of this? Like, why would God give me an opportunity again and then take him away? And at that time I remember I had complete faith in God. And I knew that whatever God plans is good for me, even though I don't feel it right now. And I continued. I remember going back to work after 2 weeks after he passed, because I was just like, I cannot sit with my pain. It's too painful. Life has to give some meaning to me. I have to be of some value in the world. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for me to continue. So Mohammed was doing a bit better. Zoe was nice and healthy. I was back at work. And I remember a year later, I was at the graves of my little boys, and they were just a little bit separated, and I reserved my slot next to them. And I remember looking at their little graves and saying, your lives have to mean something. Allah didn't give them to me for them to not mean something. This has to mean something. And I could see, and I made a promise to them that day. I made a promise to them that I am going to honor your lives in every person I serve on this planet. And I'm going to particularly dedicate this life in helping as many people, particularly children, with neurodevelopmental delays or neurological issues or neurometabolic issues, whatever issues, I'm going to help dedicate my life in helping them in your honor. Your life will mean something, and when your mom comes and meets you again, you're going to be extremely proud of her, right? So then I dedicated myself again. That's when I actually moved over to the UAE, because I was invited to come here and run a child development center. So I said, it's a sign from God, I'm off I go. And here I am, 5 years later, still here, here to help people. And so what happened is, that moment at the graves was life transforming for me. I had dedicated my life in service of others, and that's why I'm here today. Even at very short notice, my assistant was like, are you insane, doctor? You haven't prepared anything. I said, my teaching and helping and touching many families is very personal. It's not about me. My message is greater than that. And if I can help support even one family, I have done service to that learning that I provided. So today I'm here to teach you a real fundamental part of brain development, which is overlooked a lot of the times. And this is so crucial to further development of the brain. I want to talk through it, but I want to go back to the basics, which is why I've highlighted this conversation as, does it come down to primitive reflexes, and what are they? Now, before we go into talk about what primitive reflexes are, I need to just talk a little bit briefly about what is brain development neurotypically. So what is normal brain development, and what does it look like? So we'll start with how the brain develops. So in order to understand brain imbalances and functional disconnection and hemispheric imbalances and primitive reflex retention or disorders such as ADHD, OCD, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, you name the labels, we've got plenty of them. There's so many labels in the world that we've lost count. There's an umbrella of symptoms. And what they don't deal with is how is it occurring? What is actually happening at the level of the brain that the child is not able to control the behavior? And when you ask a neurologist or you ask a doctor, what is happening at the level of the brain? No one knows. So this propelled me into learning about Dr. Robert Melillo. Now he's a chiropractic neurologist in America, one of the founders of the Brain Balance Centers, and he talks exactly about how the blueprint of the brain, as it's supposed to develop, has a few glitches. And these glitches are what create different hosts of symptoms that we see in children. And then we label them, a cluster of this symptom means this, a cluster of this symptom means this, a cluster of this symptom means this. But what's exactly happening, we don't know. So we're going to talk about that and unpack that and understand where that disconnect comes from. So first of all, we need to understand how the brain develops. We start off with, at birth, an immature brain, right? So we're born with 25% of the brain weight at birth. And that is because, as primates, the human birth canal is not large enough for a mature brain to pass through. So what happens is, we have 25% of brain weight at birth, but we have all the cells that we need. It's basically, in essence, a brainstem. And so we have that, and then in the first year of life, it triples in size. The brain triples in size. It makes a new connection. It grows. And we'll talk about where these movements come from. But what stimulates the brain to know that it's inside the body or out is depending on what we call environmental gene stimulation. So when the child is in utero, it's like it's in a sensory deprivation chamber. Limited light, limited sound, limited gravity, limited tone, limited senses of the outside world. But it does recognize tone. It recognizes negative tone of mum, particularly. It recognizes movement. It recognizes sunlight, but it's very limited. And so as soon as the baby is born, it is inundated with lots of senses. You get gravity, you get temperature, we get light, we get sound, we get smell, and touch. So there's a lot of sensory stimulation, and this is what switches on what we call experience-dependent genes that make the brain start to develop, and it starts to grow. And it grows upward first, so it goes bottom up, top down. It's like building a cake. So layer by layer it builds, and then we ice it at the top, and the icing on the top controls the bottom. So the top part of the brain, the frontal cortex, will then take over and control the rest of the body, and control the whole of the body and all the mechanisms involved in that. So once we have once that stimulation occurs, we get a vast improvement and a vast connection occurs in the neurons in the brain. So we get loads of connections happening. The brain is growing from brainstem up. Each of these stimulated genes and stimulated neurons then start to segregate and localize. So we have a process of segregation and localization. And what's happening here is that some of the neurons only respond to light. Some only respond to sound, some only to movement, some only to smell, some only to touch. So what we're having is the brain is starting to grow upwards, and it's starting to cause clusters of localized sensory neurons. Now what happens is, as it continues to grow, we get integration. So it starts to move upwards, and then it goes across. So So we get a vertical and a horizontal integration of these neurons occurring. What this then does is goes into the brain, and this is where we get the cerebral cortex. The genes and the neurons that were responding to light become the visual cortex, the occipital lobe at the back of the head. The ones that were responding to senses, touch, movement, touch and sensory input will start to move over to become the parietal lobes. The ones that were responding to sound will become the temporal lobes, and those that were affected by movement will become the motor cortex, which is the frontal lobes. So the genes have a blueprint of what they're going to what they are designed to do. Now, if everything is going well and as planned during the developmental process, these should occur at the right times, and the baby should develop as normal. And what then happens is the brain lateralizes. We know from over 500 million years that the brain has been asymmetrical. So what we have is the left brain and the right brain are specialized. So as the brain starts to develop more, the left part of vision is different to the right side of vision. So they both are a bit more fine detailed. Some recognize faces, some recognize more objects in color and space, some are visual spatial in the parietal lobe, some are more about auditory input on the left. So the brain becomes a bit more specialized, even though both of the sides of the brain are the same lobes, but they work very differently. They fine-tune the work that they're going to do. And that happens because the brain is developing in series, not in parallel, which means that when the brain is developing, 20 to 30% of the brain is electrically more active from utero to up to 2 to 3 years. It's on the right side of the brain, so the right hemisphere is more electrically active. And then it switches over to the left side of the brain, which then becomes 20 to 30% more electrically active than the right. And what does this look like in a child? Well, the first year of life is about gross motor skills. It's about learning to move in the environment. It's about making secure attachments with mum and dad. It's about doing non-verbal communication, learning facial expression, learning what does mum's tone mean here. It responds more to negative tone. It responds more to negative emotion, because the right brain is more about sadness, repulsion, and guilt. So it will respond to these symptoms. It will understand its safety. Where am I safe? Who am I safe with? This is the right brain's activity. And so when it switches over to becoming the left brain more active electrically, this looks like in a 3-year-old. Why? Why should I do that? Why do you want me to do that? I'm curious. I want to do the same thing again and again and again. This is where a child may flap or move around or spin in circles. This is normal for that age, because that's what the child likes to do. It likes repetition. It likes the order. It likes to do the same. It wants to be. It wants to receive a reward system. So goal-orientated, self-motivated, has small attention span, but likes to do the same, likes to try something new, is curious, is very active. It's the happy side of the brain, it's where we have anger, it's where we have surprise, so the left side is a bit more electrically active. And as we are developing and the brain matures fully over the years, it switches every 2-3 years, it switches side to side, which is more electrically active, which is more least electrically active. And that's how the brain develops. And by the age of 3, we have 90% of our adult brain that we're going to need. And what happens after that is the brain starts to prune. We are pruning networks that we don't need, and 50% of the networks are lost at this point, because if you don't use them, you lose them, right? So this is where, when we look at children that are neurodevelopmentally challenged, they've lost some of the networks that were never fully developed at the beginning. But there's hope, because the brain is neuroplastic. You stimulate it enough times, you repeat that stimulation in a specific sequence, you're going to regrow those networks. Right? So even if they're pruned, you relearn them, which takes a bit longer as the child grows older. But the brain is neuroplastic till the day we die, which means we don't give up, ever. We just keep trying. A different technique, a different type of work, a different doctor, a different therapist, anything. We keep on learning, we keep on trying, because the brain is neuroplastic, which means it can change its function depending on the input we put into it. So we're going to now talk about what sits at the brain stem, right? So if we move on to understanding what are primitive reflexes and what is their function, right? Does anyone know what primitive reflexes are? Out of interest? No? Primitive reflexes, you do? Excellent. Do you want to share with us?
It's not planned response, it's what is innate in a person.
Absolutely, yes. It's an automated, automatic, involuntary reflex of the brain that sits in the brainstem when the child is born. So these are all motor planned movements that actually cause the brain to grow in the first place. So these are the ones that the pediatrician checks immediately at birth to make sure they are there. These have to be there to know that the child is developing normally, that it's developed normally, right? So this is what we check for: the startle response, the stroking of mate, are they feeding well, are they sucking well? When you put them down, are they startled, or do they wriggle a little bit? When you have step reflex, or if you put them on their tummy to raise their head, are they doing all of these reflexes? And so they're checked, but they're never checked again. So have we checked whether, so they're there, that's fantastic, they're there. And then when are they supposed to integrate? They're all meant to be gone by 6 to 12 months, right? But no one ever checks. No one's checking this part. Are they still there? Why are they still there? If they're not there, why have you not checked that they're not there? And when you ask the experts in the field, they're like, oh, but there's no need to check them. But there is a need, because now we understand what they do, and what their functions are, and what this looks like in our children. It has a huge impact in their learning. But not immediately. You know, we're often told like, oh, my child didn't crawl. It spoke early. It walked quickly. That's not actually a good thing. The reflexes are timed as a blueprint in the brain to come online at a certain time. If they come on early, problematic. If they come on late, problematic. So it should sit in the right framework of what the blueprint of the brain is. So, if we have delays or it's too early, note that we need to take action, right? So this is very important to have all the children checked by your pediatrician, make sure all the reflexes are there, and then to check them again to make sure that they're integrated by 6 months to 12 months at latest. So this is the pyramid of learning, right? And here you can see, this is how the brain develops. Here, when the brain is born, we have the primitive reflexes. And they come online from the early uterine reflexes, which are in utero, right? So we have something called the fear paralysis reflex, which becomes the Magro reflex, which we will talk about a little bit later. But it starts off with the sensory stimulation, right? So our primitive reflexes should integrate using these sensory inputs, and then it becomes sensory motor integration, and then perceptual motor, and then we have academic learning and activities of daily living. This is when people recognize the child has a problem. It's speech delay. My child is delayed. Do you have a question? Okay. So it's a speech delay. And then it's like, oh, my child's not talking, but there's nothing else wrong. Right? Yes, sorry.
You said that after they were all the primitive reflexes, most of them are delayed.
They're integrated. They should be naturally integrated by 6 to 12 months latest. They should naturally integrate, and usually what happens is the frontal cortical centers take over to control the brainstem and control the autonomic nervous system. And unfortunately, in a lot of children, some of these are retained, so they stay without having higher cortical control. Which means, if the primitive reflexes stay, it's like training wheels on a bike, right? We need them to learn to ride a bike. We need to learn and move and learn and navigate and maneuver. And once we've mastered it, we need them to be removed, right? In the human body, they're just integrated. They never go away. They're still there. But they need to be removed just for visual sake, so you understand what we're doing here, to learn higher complex skills. You will not be able to ride a bike without your hands, or do any wheelies, or do any high complex movements if the wheels are still attached. You will still learn. You will still grow. You will still develop. You will still make progress. But it will be way slower than the peers of your own age. So the children in the class without the wheels are flying by. And you're working really hard to try and get this child to catch up, right? And because the wheels are attached to you, there's only a certain amount of time you're going to be able to move forward. So what we need to do is learn about what these reflexes are, what their functions are, and how we integrate them. Now there's many different methods that are out there that help parents to help integrate reflexes. Now, the method I use is Dr. Melillo's method, and if anyone's heard of him, if you haven't, this is the book that helped my child regain himself. So we got my child back by Disconnected Kids by Dr. Melillo, incredible guy, so dedicated to helping children, and his story is amazing too. It all started with his son, who was diagnosed with ADHD, and he just went into research. And so I was on the back of him. He wrote a textbook as well about neurobehavioral disorders in childhood, a unique textbook that describes everything that I now do in work in clinical practice to help children to integrate their reflexes and to improve their higher order functioning. So we look at another diagram here. You can see this is by Claire Hocking. She's a kinesiologist. This is where the primitive reflexes sit. They need to move into postural reflexes. They move into sensory integration, motor patterns and coordination. Then we get into language skills, conceptualization, and academic higher learning. This is the order of development as a child should develop normally. And how do they stay around? Why do they stay around? We have the functional asynchrony. So when the brain is developing, like we talked about, the vast connections that need to go into vertical and horizontal ways, there's a glitch. Some trauma may have occurred. There may have not been enough stimulation. There may not have been enough sensory input to the child. There may have been gestational problems with mum's pregnancy during health. There may be inflammation, there may be toxicity. It may be too much, if the mother is sick during pregnancy. It could be the child comes out, may have infection, needs to have some treatment. Any type of chemical, physical stimuli may create a persistence of these reflexes in the body. So, I mean, what does this look like in children? We have extensive impact to ADHD, autism spectrum disorders. There's been huge increases in these disorders worldwide, and those that have one diagnosis will have an additional 3 other conjunction problems. So like if you have ADHD, then you have, for example, you will have things like dyscalculia as well. You won't be able to write well, or you're clumsy, you have dysgraphia. There's an additional 3 other labels that are presented with you. And in my clinical practice, we don't label children. I don't like labeling children. I don't believe in them because I believe they are classed with the same symptoms, and it's all about neurodevelopment. Once we go back to the blueprint of what the brain is supposed to do and start stimulating it in accordance to that sequence of what it was supposed to do, we're going to get the healthy child we're looking for. Inshallah, that's what we're looking for. That's our goal, and that's what we're dedicated to do. I look at the statistics around the world. I'm just waiting for my colleagues to come and drop off some brochures for you. We had them typed up last night. It's been a bit of a nightmare trying to get them in. But you will each receive a brochure with all these details in there so that I can send you. And I will also send you the primitive reflex integration exercises to your emails. I will give you my assistant's number at the end of the presentation. I will teach you also today how to check for them. Because there's no point in teaching you if I'm not going to show you how to do them, right? This is why we have 2 lovely assistants in the background here that are going to be our demonstrators. And then because we're such a small, intimate group, I can help you practice with each other, which will be amazing, because you're going to go home and you're going to check your whole families, okay? And we start the exercises. So the exercise program will be sent to all of you, and you will all learn how to help your family and loved ones, okay? Right, so the statistics speak for themselves. In the past 10 years, the medication of children has increased by 2,000%. We medicate our children, right? And it breaks my heart when I see statistics like this, because the studies done for the medication that's used for these children, and we're desperate. We may need to be medicating our children because there's no other alternative out there. What else can I do to help my child who's not being able to control their behavior, and they're struggling and they're suffering? But what does it do? And sadly, the research shows that it does no long-term benefit. And it's not me saying this. This is what the research the medical profession did that shows, and I'll show you the actual study that was done. It shows that it doesn't give any long-term benefit, and that the child actually has a 2-centimeter growth retardation, so that they don't grow as much. But looking at the expenses, this information is from a few years ago. I honestly didn't have time to update their notes because I was just such short notice, and I was like, but I really want to help people learn how to do this stuff. So we have on average, USD, the cost is extortionate And it causes a lot of strain on marriages with children with autism and children with ADHD and children with any neurodevelopmental disorder or neurometabolic conditions. It affects marriages, it affects the family home. Because you know the parents, they need to be on the same page, they're going to struggle, the communication is difficult, and it's a lot of financial cost as well. So the effect of the medication, sadly, we have no long-term benefit of the current medications that we have and that are being used. They help temporarily, this is what the research shows. But what does this mean? So if there's no long-term benefit, it means that those children that have been medicated must remain on medication. Right? So this means that they have to stay on medication for life. And that is no way to function because that's affecting the brain chemistry. And what we know is the brain chemistry is what helps organize how the body is functioning. So if we can help stimulate brain chemistry through diet, through nutrition, through exercise, through understanding what these movement patterns are that the body needs, we can drive the brain to do what it needs to do naturally speaking. So, what are the primitive reflexes? So we know the Moro reflex, we know the spinal gland, the triangular labyrinthine. There's a number of reflexes, but because of the time limitation and I want to teach you how to assess for them, I've only put in a few for you to read through, and we can talk about what their primary functions are. So we know that the actual main function of primitive reflexes is to help develop the brain, to help us learn to navigate ourselves in the world. The reflex of the spinal gland reflex, for example, this is the gland reflex here, it helps the baby be birthed through the birth canal. The movement allows the baby to be born. So it's all about survival. The primitive reflexes are about survival in the first 6 months of life, right? So they then give rise to postural reflexes, which are needed and stay with us for life, right? So they move into the postural reflexes. So we have So we have the Moro reflex, which is the startle response, and you'll all recognize this one. It's the first one that the baby needs to enter the world with. It takes a big deep breath in and then cries for mom's attention. Okay, that's when it's necessary for the baby to cry because it's having a lot of sensory input and it's time for attention from mom. And also, if it's left unintegrated, this is the child that's hypersensitive. Hypersensitive, doesn't sleep through the night, difficult to settle down, unsettled, crying a lot, a bit colicky, a bit refluxy, and needs constant movement or rocking to settle them. And any small noise, and they become hypersensitive as they grow and learn loud noises, they'll cover their ears, won't be able to handle too much input from the outside stimulus, which would be normal, usually, in the child. Then we have the grasp and rooting reflex. So the rooting reflex is about survival to feed. The baby naturally moves the mouth and opens the mouth to take the gulp of the breast milk. So it's a natural inclination to survive. We then have the asymmetrical tonic neck reflex, and this is a very important reflex to have cross-laterality and hemispheric integration. So this is about crossing the midline. It's about being able to see, and these reflexes, particularly the tonic labyrinthine, the STNR, and the ATNR, are directly linked to your visual systems. So the children that are unable to look at the paper, accommodate and converge their eyes when they're learning, it's because this reflex, the postural reflex that it needs to turn into, is not working. So when they look down, their head drops. And when they look up, they've lost their visual system of accommodation. So what's happening here is the child is not able to function in the classroom. And so they may become a little bit unruly. The ATNR and the spinal gland also are the children that can't sit still. They just can't sit still no matter what you say to them. Sit still, don't move, don't move. They're fidgeting on the chair, they're moving around, they're standing up, they're sitting down, they're falling off the chair. These are the children that need constant movement because they've got ants in their pants, they can't stay still. And that's because these reflexes are still in play. And the tonic labyrinthine reflex, it's all about extensive control. So the baby's born, it's more flexed. The tone of the body is more flexed. And the tonic labyrinthine reflex allows the baby to have the initial head up, extensive control of the body so that we can navigate ourselves to stand up and start moving around. and it gives us a lot of head control initially. This is also directly related to the visual system. We know how to look up and down and to move with the head righting reflex. And then this comes into play with the head righting reflexes, which I haven't put up here, but I'm going to be teaching you all of them in a sequence. And the most important thing is to do the practice. I'm going to give you the booklet, hopefully when it arrives, and it will have all the reflexes that are very important for you to have a read in your own time and to really understand them. But for the purposes of this sorry? It's arrived, please give them out, let's see. Let's give our goodie bags. Fantastic, guys. Oh, yes. Right, where's my assistant? Beauty, come on here. Do your work, that's what we hired you here. Right. So if you give out these guys. Right. 1, 2, everyone please. Right. Don't be shy now. You're superstars. Just hand them out. And then I want to also hand out the balls. Give out the brushes too.
Okay.
Just give one book each. You don't need to be overly generous. Right. Just give one brush each. So give brush each. So when we do the demonstration of the primitive reflexes, we will excellent. That's great. Everyone got an item each. These are not for makeup, by the way. These are going to assess the rooting reflex shortly. So these reflexes, if left unintegrated in different combinations, they will result in what we see labeled as our kids today, right? So it's a different combination of each of these reflexes. Depending on the degree of the retention of that reflex, will give rise to different labels. And I've lost count of how we label children because I'm just like, listen, it's going to be a right hemispheric delay or a left hemispheric delay, and it's one or the other. And what we do is we find out where the disconnect is and we start to stimulate it. That's what we've got to do. It seems simple, but it's hard work, guys. But I'm going to make it very simple for you. I'm going to show you the tools on how you can empower yourself and empower your families and your loved ones. With such simple knowledge, we can help change the face of how our children and our future generations are going to develop. But we have to start now. So here's my daughter. So the impact of retention of reflexes. We get a number of different, lack of concentration, lack of sleep, lack of communication, lack of eye contact. We struggle with writing, reading, comprehension, understanding when to speak, when not to speak, when to walk around, when to sit down, So the long-term effect of retained reflexes is actually we are working with an immature brain, basically. That's what's happening. The brain is immature. We cannot develop neuro-optimally if we are still struggling with an immature brain. So what we're going to do is we're going to move on to have a look at the motor reflex. And this is the startle reflex. And so, when the baby's scared, it's going to startle. We see this. If left unchecked and untreated, it causes more stress on the adrenals. It causes a rise in cortisol. It makes us stressed out. And as adults, these are the ones who have adrenal fatigue, constantly stressed out, highly strung. They're the highly strung people, you know them, right? Completely can't relax, don't know how to settle down, don't know how to, have a good time, don't know how to chill. You all probably got a friend like that. My sister's like that. But it's this reflex that will cause fatigue in the body. And this later rises to problems as we get older, because it's an affection of the autonomic nervous system. Our blood pressure is controlled at the brainstem, our respiratory rate is controlled at the brainstem. If the higher order function of the brain does not control it, we then have illness, chronic illness, the balancing of our blood sugars, brainstem, so not able to breathe very well, asthma, brainstem. So we have to look at the effect long term on each of the effects of these primitive reflexes. So the trilabyrinthine reflex, for example, helps stability of the body, extensor tone, like we talked about earlier. And it's basically going to cause, in the children, you'll notice more rigidity in the legs. It seems that the legs are a bit more toned. The arms are a bit more softer, the legs are a bit more stiffer. And you'll notice this, and when you go home and check all the young children in your families, just wiggle their legs around and you'll know. But we'll test a different way to know how the bodies are doing aside from that. Then we have the palmar grasp reflex. This is the natural reflex to cling so that we don't fall if mum drops us, for example. And it allows us to hold on to mum and helps to transfer. Then we develop the pincer grip and the tripod grip, and this is what helps us to then write and communicate through that way. If it's left unintegrated, what happens? The child has an immature hand grip. They're writing like this. They don't hold the tripod grasp. They have difficulty with holding on to things, a bit more clumsy, because the hand wants to grip and then let go. And they are a little bit more sensitive. They have a little bit more hypersensitivity. They don't like different textures. They don't like touching things. They don't like getting their hands dirty. They don't like touching wet. And they get a little bit sensitive about that. And this is later affected at school. This is when parents notice, my children, I don't know how, when they're trying to write, they just tell me that their hands are tied the whole time. They can't write. And they're having difficulty with holding the pencil properly. And they don't have fine motor skills, so they're not able to button up a shirt. They can't tie their shoelaces. They're not able to pick up little things with their pincer grip, so they have weaker hand control overall. Then we move on to the spinal gland reflex. Like I said, it's the birthing reflex, helps the body move into... I'm going to see if the videos work on this actually. Let's just see if it works. To show you. Oh, there we go. And kids are so fun. You just stroke the bottom half of the back, and it will just wiggle to the side. The hip and the body will move to the side. Like that. Beautiful spinal gland reflex. Nice and healthy, so cute. They're so delightful, little children. Play with them. Let's just see if the others are working too. So let's see, just one second. Oh, there we go. The palmar grasp just grips on. There we go. Beautiful grip, nice and strong, nice and healthy. Here's the Moreau, if it works. It's so chilled out, so mean to do the Moreau. And basically this is when your head drops below horizontal, and down we go. Not happy baby, but that's a wonderful response. Beautiful and healthy. Right, so spinal gland is also related directly to emptying the bladder. So it's part of emptying the bladder. So when children have bedwetting over a few years, when they're going to have more nighttime control, it's directly related to the spinal gland reflex. And also perhaps the spinal parese reflex, which Helen mentioned here, but the spinal gland reflex is directly related to the bladder emptying reflex. So bedwetting in children, we're going to be stimulating this reflex a lot, okay, into the back. And we'll go through how you do that shortly. And these are the children that don't like to have tags on their clothes. They don't sit still. They're moving around. They're too sensitive on their body. And attention and concentration difficulties in these children. Just cannot focus. And then we have this much called tonic neck reflex, which is the precursor to crawling. This is when the child comes up onto their hands and knees, and they rock back and forth, and they need to do that rhythmic rocking in order to have a cross-crawl pattern, which is so important in integration of both the hemispheres of the brain. Okay, this is one of the really important ones. The children at school with this reflex still in play are the ones that cannot focus. They sit with their hands on their face like this, can't hold their bodies up, need to have like a bit of support, and they lose concentration from the blackboard to the paper. They find it very difficult to stay focused. Usually they sit at the front of the classroom just to be able to not have too much divergence, convergence issues with their eyes. And this is the asymmetrical tonic neck reflex. Let's see if we can get this one working.
The asymmetrical tonic neck reflex is tested by carefully turning the infant's head to one side, which typically results in a tonic extension of the extremities on the facial side and a bending in the contralateral extremities. This reflex is also known as the fencing reflex because of its resemblance to the typical position of a fencer. The asymmetric tonic neck reflex is present at birth. Its purpose is to train muscle tone, hand-eye coordination, and balance. The reflex physiologically disappears after about 6 months of age. Before this age, involuntary motor function may still interfere with the reflex, making it sometimes difficult to observe.
Brilliant. I didn't have to, I just played the reflexes. But yeah, it creates issues in the it creates issues with midline activity. So if you throw a ball at a child, they won't be able to catch it. And it's the children that you send over to go and get something, and it's right in front of them, they won't see it. That's the child. The asymmetrical tonic neck reflex is not functioning well. So it's not because, and I know this because I had it. I had this reflex because as a child, my mother would tell me, "Are you blind? Did you not find it? Straight in front of you." And I would be like, 100% mom, 100% it's not there. Off she goes and grabs it, you know, it's like, oh. But that's the asymmetrical tonic neck reflex. I felt a whole lot better when I found that out. It's like, Mom, it's a reflex that you didn't stimulate me enough. So, no, it's great. But this also creates poor handwriting, poor cross midline activity, and it causes a lot of issues with motor skills overall. The motor functioning will be immature. There will be more like robotic type movements, walking quite stiffly, and they will have difficulty with eye tracking. Now these things you can check with visual testing that I may show you today if we have time, because we're a small group, but how we can test the ocular motor skills and how to also test the midbrain where all of the eye reflexes, etc. stay, which will be amazing. It's like my own little personal workshop, it's great. And the rooting reflex, as we discussed before, you stroke and the baby will move towards the breast and open the mouth for sucking. If this reflex remains unintegrated and the child has this reflex, which is why I've given you the brushes today, because the brushes we're going to show you how you stimulate this reflex and whether any of you have it. This will allow the children to have textural issues, so they don't eat certain textures, they refuse to eat certain textures, they don't chew very well, they have very poor articulation, they don't speak very well, or they have delayed speech, because in order for the higher order functioning of the facial nerve and the trigeminal nerves to start working the muscles of mastication and facial expression, we need this reflex to be integrated fully, so that we can get the higher order functioning to work. So the children here with the rooting reflex will have problems with eating, articulation, speech, phonic awareness, and they're generally messy eaters, so they kind of miss their face, you know, they don't know whereabouts they're moving it. And these are the children that are generally sucking the thumb for a lot longer. They don't get rid of the pacifiers too easily, so we want to get the pacifiers removed as much as we can. And generally these children are a little bit more hypersensitive to proprioception and tactile touch. So generally they're a bit sensitive overall. And there's many other reflexes, the fear paralysis reflex, the Babkin reflex, the Landau, the Perez, spinal Perez reflex. I'm not sure if I've added them in the messages. include the information about them in here. But what I will do is I will send you the exercises associated with them. But that will be done separately. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to get these booklets fully ready because apparently having 24 hours is not enough to get the printing done. I was sure that they could do it, but they were like the printing company can't. Okay, so what I will do is I'll give you the number of Akhtar and she'll send you all of the actual exercises because they're not in the book. There's only a brief overview of the exercises that we do at the back of the exercise, at the back of the book. I want to share with you actually while we're here to page 25. Let's go to page 25. As we just briefly overview what the primitive reflexes are. So let's go to page 25 on the booklet that we've sent you. And this is the checklist from Disconnected Kids book. So this is the shortcut version of how you're going to test your family members when you go home. Right? So this is from, this is the Master Hemispheric Checklist from Dr. Melillo's book. And it's courtesy of his book on page 106. And what you would do is you would checklist the left-hand side of anything that is true for the child that you're working with, okay? And then you would tally up the total amounts until you get to where it says then the left hemisphere, characteristics of a left brain, which will be on page 30. So from page 20 onwards, you would checklist, and everything that's marked on there will be a right brain delay, and whatever you checklist on the page 30 onwards would be a left brain. I've even had it translated into Arabic because I don't know the Arabic, so perhaps any one of you can probably let me know if it's a good translation or not. But I was so, it was so important to have this available that we are here. So I had it translated into Arabic so that you can help certain families that don't have English as their strong language. And to help assess the child better. Now once you tally up these results, now we could take a few minutes and do it for a child that you know, if you like. Would that be something you'd be interested in? Because then we can actually give you a more uniquely tailored program for the child. So if we mark our child or some family member that you know, or yourself for example, on what is true to you or has been true to you in the past, it will give us an indication of what delay is present. So if we have a total amount of over 100, that is a moderate to severe delay. Over 50 is moderate. Under 50, total marks is a mild delay that we're talking at. And usually if we have high numbers on both left and right, it generally indicates a whole brain delay, so the brain is overall immature. So once we can identify which side of the brain needs a little bit more stimulation, we would first need to focus on increasing the weaker hemisphere first. So functionally speaking, because when you MRI or scan these children's brains, they all look functionally normal. Structurally, they are normal, there's nothing wrong with them. Except when you check them electrically, so if the electrophysiology, there will be less connectivity on the functional disconnection side. So you would see that only from electrical, like EEG, perhaps if you did that, or acute EEG, you'll be able to see where there's less electrical activity in the brain. So what you would do is you would do this assessment, first of all, because you know, if you have a training, we still can help our children overall. You will do the checklist, this is the master checklist, you will find which hemisphere needs more work, and then we would work the primitive reflexes which we're going to assess, and direct them to stimulate that reflex on the other side of the hemisphere. So it would be much more uniquely tailored to stimulate the side of the brain that is weaker. So we are not just developing the brain, because if we work with an imbalanced brain, and we're building it and stimulating it, the brain disconnect still remains. There's still a disconnect between the two sides. What we need to do is level up, build it together, and then raise the brain together. Okay, so this is the work that Dr. Robert Melillo, for the past 30 odd years, has dedicated his life to learning and to teaching. And I was blessed to meet him a number of times. Over the years, I will be meeting him next in 2 weeks actually, in Croatia, to discuss more advanced techniques that we can do to help our children in clinical practice. And to teach others, to help, to pass on the good work, to help other mothers who struggled like I did when my son was struggling to communicate, to have good eye contact. And what we know about primitive reflexes, they should be integrated by the age of 12 months. Okay? If they still persist, we need to work on them. And then integration exercises help mature those networks. And like we said, the brain is neuroplastic. It can always change. So let's talk about the exercises that can be done. We're going to look at first how to assess the child, and then some simple exercises. Usually, the rehabilitation is the very movement that was missed as the reflex itself, right? So we go back and we start doing them. Which is why I don't want to get down here and do them myself. I want to get my kids to do them for us. Aren't you excited, guys? So this is for the spinal gland reflex. This is the the snow angel or sand angel, as we call them here. So we're going to teach you to build the brain up. We're going to start right here. Okay, we're going to start with the brainstem where the primitive reflexes sit, and then we're going to build the brain. And I want to give you the case study of my son. And this is Danny Mohammed. He likes to call himself Mohammed, right? Because we've come to the UAE and suddenly from Danny he's turned into Mohammed. So it's Mohammed Danyal is his name, but we call him Danny at home. But he's like, my name's Mohammed. And he's been forced to be here with us today. But he was diagnosed with autism spectrum in March of 2013, a month before I had Zoya. And I was told by the pediatrician that, severely autistic, he'll probably never talk, he's going to need 24-hour care for the rest of his life, and basically, live with it. There. He was 3.5. 3.5 diagnosed. And I remember saying to the doctor, I was so desperate, I remember saying to her, no, he knows his colours, he knows his numbers. But now I realise that's the left brain came online too quickly, right? Because the left brain is what does numbers and colours, and I was so desperate. She's just like, you just have to go and live with this. The early signs of autism are these, that they have some superiority in some knowledge, and you just have to go and live with it. And so I said, no doctor, I remember this, I remember saying to her, no doctor, you're wrong. And I've already learned not to listen to the doctors when I leave, so I was just like, no doctor, you're wrong. 5 years from now, you're going to tell me you misdiagnosed him, and that you got it wrong. And she just deluded my little figure. And I went, and I started to study and learn, like I said. And here's a video of him. I have to do it, so I don't tell me not to do it.
I can't damage to do this on next.
So here he is, 4.5. He's now babbling. He had no words before. He's babbling. Right. So you see him here. He is trying to communicate. He has a couple of words there. He says Dani as himself, and he says Dudu, which is milk. And like that, and then he's repeating himself. I think he's a bit embarrassed at the moment. That's okay. We've got some more videos coming, right? So he was 4.5 then, and this is where he started babbling. He started to improve eye contact. And at this point, I hadn't come across Robert Melillo. I was working with the Tinsley House Clinic, who's also a chiropractic neurologist, and I trusted chiropractors. And that's not because they need superior form of, but they are much more naturally and holistically orientated. They look at the whole body, not just segmentally. So if you look at neurologists, they look at the brain. If you look at gastroenterologists, they look at the gut system. If you look at cardiologists, they look at the heart system. What I wanted to do was have someone that gives me an overview of what they're looking for. So each chiropractor that I went to would give me insights into different work, and some would specialize in neurology, some would specialize in cranial work, some would specialize in just the actual physical adjustment. So I went to a number of different doctors to understand how I could best help my son. Because I was traveling, oh my goodness, I traveled 3 hours one way in the UK for a 15-minute appointment, and then 3 hours another way. And then I would go up the country and down the country, and I was going to the best doctors. Because I was like, my son, I'm going to invest my whole life in him. And because I was dedicated to having him, functioning optimally, to give me grief when he's a teenager, right? And here he is, nearly 5 years old. We're getting some words now. And you see
Danny can do it.
of the hands.
Danny can do it. Come on. Mama's here.
you'll notice the
here.
flapping of the hands
Come on.
and the fear because
Sit
the
down.
vestibular system is
Sit down.
underactive. So we're now stimulating the vestibular system to swing,
Come on,
slides,
come here.
roundabouts. These are key
Come on,
for
come on.
total development.
Danny,
And the fear,
come on.
the fear. You see that he grabs, that's the Monroe
Good
reflex,
boy.
the fear process reflex.
Well done.
Much
Bye
better
bye.
eye contact, engaging a little bit more.
Doing?
Here he is. We changed his diet.
Nice.
And this is when I saw magic happen for him. Really. We went on the GAPS diet. I don't know whether you've heard of it before. It's called the gut and psychosis syndrome diet. Very tough diet. It's grain-free, dairy-free, sugar-free, refined sugar-free. It's pretty tough. But my goodness. Well, you end up eating actual real food.
Excellent. Do you have the number? And what do you want to do today? You want to play with Mohammed? Do you want to go to his house or should he come to your house? Come to your house, okay. Right, say bye now. Say I'm going to eat my breakfast. Bye. And say bye to me. Okay, bye, Danny.
The articulation is much clearer now. Better engagement. Still processing speed is slow here. Very slow processing speed. And he still has, at this moment when he was 5, he didn't have the understanding of high executive functioning. So he would be able to repeat the questions, and you can see when I'm asking him, what do you want to do today, he had to process that. And that is a timing mechanism, which is synchronization in the brain, which we need to develop in our children, because if synchronization doesn't occur, this is where memory will become a problem in learning in children, because when the brain has lateralized, it needs to synchronize its timing, which is that not only does it need to functionally connect physically, it needs to just simultaneously fire together. When the brain neurons fire together, not physically but just functionally, they simultaneously fire, and that gets trapped into a freeze response, and that is what creates a memory. Now, if we are unable to synchronize our timing, we won't be able to have any long-term memory, which is what is affected usually when we see people with neurodegenerative disease, that they lose that ability as well. So this is Danny when he was, I believe, 7, 8. Can you sit nice this way, please? Your chiropractor's child posture.
Just 7, 8.
Buddy, you're a boy. I don't know what the words are, darling. I'll sing we will rock a bit.
That's him now handing out your documents. He was at early payment. He's very embarrassed, but he has now officially lost his diagnosis. So when you test him now in the clinical educational method, he has lost his diagnosis. So the children that are told are non-recoverable and that this disability is permanent, they don't know neurodevelopment. The brain can change, and there's many different ways to do it. So today we're going to start with the workshop, which is, let's do the reflexes. So Danny, come over here, Mohammed and Zoya, come, let's do some reflexes. Everyone stand up, have a little shake about. We've been sat for a long time. Have you got your equipment? You've got a makeup brush, a ball, and we're going to do it with them. So we're going to show them, right? So come forward, guys, don't be shy. Just come forward and work here together. Get apart now. forward, that's the front here. Go start the partner. So we need to do it to each other. Okay. The first reflex we're going to check is the tonic labyrinthine reflex. And what we do is we get the child, put their feet together, okay, eyes closed, and we tip the head forward. We hold it for 3 seconds. We're looking for forward and backward sway. Any forward or backward sway is an indication the reflex is still present. Now, and you tilt it back 3 seconds. You repeat this 3 times. Okay? So we go forward and back. And if we have reflexes, you'll feel it. So when you tip the head forward, you'll feel a resistance in the neck. The muscle tone will be tough. So let's start with that, everyone. Hold your partner, tilt the head forward, tilt it back. Don't be shy now. Go up together. Right. So let's come around and let's have a little look at how you guys are doing it. So we can just make sure that we're working well together. No, we want to make it a quick movement there, like that. Okay? As long as you've got no neck problems. But even so, we need to. Okay. I feel it. You know, together. Feet together. Perhaps we can do it with the shoes off. But in the clinic or at home, take the shoes off when you do it. Okay? Right, let's check your. Yes, take off the heels, get comfortable, guys. It's going to be a little intimate team building workshop here now. The boring stuff's out of the way. Your training's good, but we can take the shoes off. You rather leave them on, you leave them, it's fine. Okay. Okay, so let's test each other, head down. This is where you've got to practice. I want to make sure you're doing it properly. The key is to do it properly. Because if I tip the head, where I use you as an example, is if I tip it forward and nothing's happening, I haven't tipped it enough. Right, so make sure the person doesn't have a neck issue, and if they do something to me, I'm a chiropractor. Okay? That's good. So what we do is we tip it forward, and we tip it back. And it's a quick, firm movement. Don't be gentle, don't be afraid, you're not going to hurt them. If the reflex is there, they will do this. Or they'll open their eyes because it's too scary, because they're unstable. Okay? So come on. Don't be shy now. Tip forward, tip back, and then we will hold it for 3 seconds each way. Eyes closed, no cheating, no peeking.
So
Down first, and then yes, on the other, no peeking. Okay. Yeah, 3 second hold, and then do it again 3 times, and you let go. So you let go now. So you do this, hold, 3 seconds. And you just keep your hands by the person, because some people literally will fall backwards. They'll fall down. Like this. You see the swing, slight swing. And then what you would do is you would ask the adults that you test this on, did you have any learning difficulties growing up? Too smart, son. Anyway, so you test it on here as well. Good. Right, so we're just going to tip forward. I want you guys to practice. Come on. Don't be shy, guys. This is the only time I do a complimentary workshop, you know. I'm just too busy. Right. You feel a bit unstable there? Yes, there it is, there it is. Okay, there we go, just one more. So what we do is you will note that this, because it was on the second time, and the third time she becomes a bit more, that the reflex is over 2 out of 4 grading. Okay? Immediately if we do and we fall, that's already a 4 out of 4 response, which means that the person has the reflex fully there, so we have to start working on it. Show me. Come on guys, don't be shy now. And so we hold it for 3 seconds each, down and up. So we're going to flexion and extension. And some people may fall forwards. Okay, some may just swing right back. So stay with them while you test it and then let go of them as you do it. It's a firm movement. It shouldn't hurt, but it should be quick and firm so we actually test the reflex. Yes, we close the eyes and do it. Okay, it's okay if I touch? Right. So we would do, the practitioner would do it like this. Okay? So it's not going further than the actual. Feel a bit unstable there? 50% of us will have this reflex. You know? Keep the eyes closed. And you'll see this, the head will start to come up, right? Because we want to stabilize our body. Brilliant example, thank you. You need to do this exercise at home. So when the person does that, the reflex is there, you don't need to retest it. Because it's graded 4. you know where your center of gravity is. It's when it's that unexpected movement that you will be able to. No, you just say to them, I'm going to move your body around, and just keep your eyes closed.
But we can't close it anytime.
But this will be the exercise now. So what I'm saying to you is, okay, you have the reflex. That's your homework. You turn your head up and down 10 times, 2 to 3 times a day. That's your homework. That's how you rehabilitate it. Because the very movement that was missed is what we go and do again. We go back to the primitive reflexes in their order, right? So we start off with the TLR, which is the trilateral lateral reflex. It's the easiest one to test, because I'm going to show you the routine of it. Yeah? So you're going to be practicing this too, of course, right? The next reflex we're going to check is, coming up, is the Magro. Now there's 2 ways to test the Magro, okay? Feet together still, so we're in the feet together position. We've done the TLR check. We've done this check 3 times. Is good. Okay, then we move on to the Magro reflex. Now this one you don't tell them what you're going to do. You just tell them to have their eyes closed. And now I want you to do the response, okay? Yeah, okay? So what we do is eyes closed, and then you do... No, they just do like that. Okay. This is why I'm walking along, right? Okay. So the reflex, as a positive one, you make a sudden sound, and the child would startle, right? Yeah, you see, and then so that's what you do. And then what we do then, there's a different way of testing the Magro, but I'm going to show you the sequence, right? So I'm going to go through all of them, and then we're going to do them one by one. Okay, so the Magro is done. Then we get you to have your arms straight out here, eyes closed, zombie hands. And what we do is we hold the ear, we turn the head fully to the side. Now, if it's a positive reflex, what will happen is the arms will move with it. Okay, move to the other side, and again, if it's positive, the eyes will move with it. The arms will move with it. Yeah. And what will happen in some people is that when you turn the head, it will only move one way, which indicates the side of hemispheric weakness, generally speaking. It may be different, but it's usually indicating the side of weakness. So we move on from TLR to Magro to ASTNR, then we get the child to go onto the all-fours position. You need to take your shoes off, please. I hope you've got clean socks on. Such a mum. Right, okay. Yeah, come on. Yeah, absolutely. That's the military for you. Okay, so again, now we go into all-fours position, and we're going to check for the ASTNR response. Daddy, can you come up here for me instead, so I can just do it standing? Go on to all-fours, everyone can see it then here. So come all-fours position. Zoe, you too. Okay. Right, so move your knees back a bit more, so you'll take your shoes off, yeah. Okay. Then what we do is here, come forward. What we do then is we get the child from standing into an all-fours position. We hold the head side to side, and we turn it firm across. What we'll see is a bending of the elbow if it's a positive response. Okay? If it's a normal response, we're going to have no response on the elbows. We turn the other way. If it's a positive response, it will drop. It may not drop initially, so you may do it 2 times, then 3 times, and it'll drop. That's a positive response of the reflex is still there. Then we do the STNR reflex, which is we hold the chin, hold the head, and we tip down. And what would happen in this reflex, this is the STNR. What would happen if it's positive is that elbows will drop and the head will go down. This is the original reflex. No, just the don't be over dramatic. God. So go down, and that would be the position. And if you bring the head up, the child will sit back onto their heels, as the child would have done in the precursor to crawling. Okay. So while we're here, I need that brush now. We're going to be exercising it like that. Has anyone got brush handy? Brush. Oh, thank you, perfect. Right, so if we... Okay, stop showing off. Okay. You're going to see push up. Come on. Right, so knees back a bit more. Right, so all-fours position. We've done the ASTNR reflex. We've done the STNR reflex. Now we're going to check the spinal gland reflex. Turn to your side, darling. Don't go that way. Okay. Yep. Right. So what we do this halfway down the back, we're going to stroke, stroke, stroke. And it's firm stroking, not gentle. It can even cause, excuse me for a minute. I'm going to stop paying right now. It can cause marks, right? A little bit of redness is not, which is why I'm using my kids, you can't see me, right? Right, so we're doing stroke, stroke, stroke 3 times each side. And if it's a positive response, we'll see this. No, not dropping, just a dip. Dip, like this, okay? And then we can just check the spinal parese, which is stroking up the middle, and if it's positive, we'll see an extension response at the bottom. Okay? Come please. Don't want you to be left out, otherwise I'm going to hear about it. I'm going to get grease.
Whenever I go home, the only thing she does is smack me like that. Do your homework.
Such a show off. Right, so we're going to turn the head, and again, and again. Oh, you still reflexes there, huh? Who's not been doing their exercises? And so we tip the head down, and up, and down, and up, and down. And if it drops, drop your elbows like this, it's a positive response. But it may just be a slight dipping. You're looking for the elbows for the movement. This means that the reflex is still there. We should be able to hold our hands, and we should be able to move our head up and down without the elbows moving. These are the people you will know that cannot hold the all fours position for very long. But the kids that sit in W postures, W legs, they have this reflex because they need to improve and increase their space for core balance. We need to work here. We don't want any positive reflexes. Yes, yes. So we don't want the reflexes there. So when I say that reflex is still there, it's positive, it means that that's not a good thing. Which is great when I'm testing the kids in front of the parents, because I'm just saying that's positive, and I'm like, that's not a good thing, guys. Right? We need these gone. This is what we need. Okay. Right. So the way I'm going to show you the exercises, we're going to send them to you. But I'm going to give you the next reflex testing. So we've done spinal gland, spinal parese. We now move on to the child laying on their back. On your back. Okay. He secretly likes it, you know. He pretends that he doesn't, but he does. So now coming closer, I want you. Yes, I know you're nervous. But then, you know, I had this vision when he was young. I told him that's why I forced him to come. Because I said to him, I had this vision, Daddy, that when you were going to be fine, you were going to be playing music while I presented. I'd go, and that day has come, so you come with me. He's like, I don't want to go.
Mama G, you told me that's like what was the point?
I know, but we're here now. Okay. Okay, keep your mouth closed. Now this reflex is we stroke the face across the lips, and it goes across to the other side. So we go across from the ear, across to the other side, across from here, across to the other side, across from here, across to the other side. We'll do this both sides. This is known as the rooting reflex. And then we can move on, and while we're still here, we can do the snap reflex. Like this. And what happens if that's a snap response? He's going to frown a bit, like that. Okay, we'll let it twitch. And if it's a positive response when we stroke, it's going to twitch. Well, not that much, but a small twitch. When we test it on each of you, each should have your own brush, right? So you have your brush, and we'll get the other person to use your brush on you, and you use their brush on them. Okay? I'll give you a new brush. Okay. And then we use this one across here, and then if the response is there, you will stimulate it again and again and again until it integrates. Okay, and integrates. Just take more. Okay, and then next thing we do is we check the palmar grasp. Okay, so we have the hand out, and we would stroke it from the outside of the hand upwards, and we would do that 3 times. And what we would look for is move the hands like this little movement, but not that small movement. Some children will just have a very mild response like that. Some will do that. Okay, some will just do, or some will just move a little bit at a time. This is still a positive response. Okay. We do that test on both sides. Then we go on to the Babinski reflex, which is the foot. Okay. I've got you now. I won't take your socks off. Generally, we have the socks off. But we don't know where his feet have been, right? Alright, so we're going to stroke, and you need to come over. I'll do it on so face that way, so I can test on you too. So heel up this way, we're looking for a natural response, which is a forward flexion of the toes, like this. Yep. There'll be a firm stroke in the chest 3 times. A positive response will look like this, an extension of the big toe. Okay. So I turn the feet that one down so I can show you ladies here. Okay, then get down. So again, you would just test the hands and the face, and then the feet. Now stay there, then I want to show something else, right? So from the heel up, like this. And we're looking for the movement to be that, like this. Okay. And then we can check the plantar response while we're here by pressing here. And again, we're looking for a forward movement. Okay? And it does that. Right, let's get to work. Any questions? No questions here? Yes. Same thing. Different terminologies. Yeah, so unintegrated is the same as being retained. What we want them both to do is become inhibitor integrated. So like, so when we have neurological disease occurring, this is a reappearance of what we get the reflexes re-emerge. So when we have Parkinson's, we will get a re-emergence of the palmar response. So we will get reflexes. So any trauma or any neurodegenerative disorder, it will create these reflexes to be re-emerged. And so what do you do guys? Let's do reflex integration. Right? Let's get blood and get the brain working and functioning a bit better. Right? So let's get all up in pairs, and we'll work with you too, check your reflexes as well. Start with the standing position, goes with the whole routine. We start with TNR, Moreau. We move on to ATNR, okay? Let's get going, guys. We don't have much time left. They're going to kick me out soon. Come on, let's teach you this work. We've only got 20 minutes now, so I want to teach them everything we have. Okay? I see you missed out on all the fun stuff. Yeah, sure. Just join in one of the groups, just work in a group with the girls. I'll just show you the movements again if you like. So we'll just run through it on, Zoe, come over here please. Okay, and just do it while we're doing it. Come. So just grab your partner and start working where we're doing it. Okay. Right, so we start with the TLR, 3 seconds here, good, 3 seconds here, good, 3 seconds here, good, 3 seconds here, good. Okay, keep your eyes closed, elbows bent, good, wrist here, big loud clap, or a startle response, and the startle response will look like this, or the child will immediately open their eyes and turn their head. And I want to show you the other version, actually, I want to show you that version, but let's just continue for now. I'm mindful of the time, might get thrown out soon, right? And so we go from here, then we straighten out the arms, keep the eyes closed, we turn the head, and we're looking for the arms to move, okay? And if the arms don't move, you may feel resistance in the muscles, okay? You do the test 3 times, she still has her right reflex there. Absolutely outrageous young lady. Okay.
We have students at this point severe special severe autism. If I make this back or touching specialty site and also for this hand break session, but sometimes the sick arm back or his body is specialty in front of this is a big issue for him.
Hypersensitive. So that may be a proprioceptive tactile response that the child is oversensitive to. So what the child probably needs is deep compression.
But what about this is back right?
I see. Yeah.
The same.
You would check this. Every child will have a unique tailored program. So all children I see a lot of severe cases actually, non-verbal children, and we get hit a lot too, right? But bitten and hit because they are afraid, they're in a state of alarm, their bodies are stressed out, and they're unfamiliar with what you're going to do because their understanding is limited yet. So what we want to do is the first thing I tend to do when children are very severely autistic or severely delayed developmentally, what I do is I get the parents to bring them into the room just to come and visit the clinic. come and have a look around, we just say hi and off you go again. And do that a few times until they feel safe coming into the practice. We'll high-five them, we'll play with them, just for a few minutes, just so they get used to us. If they are struggling to come into seeing doctors, it's not a comfortable thing for them. So we're trying to get them calm, trust us, and then we continue to work. And generally, they're pretty good with testing.
Okay, if I just add for a distinction, what is mean like therapy for
No, it's
okay for people for a student. Because sometimes when the student is hyper.
yes.
They're hyper. So
You will need to do these exercises. You need to integrate these reflexes first. Then the higher cognitive function will take over. The executive function will take over that. Actually, I don't need to be moving around, I should sit still. But until we get that level of understanding, we're not going to be able to stay still because the reflex is making us move. Sometimes it's behavioral. Yeah,
and also it's
what do you do? Sorry, I don't mind you asking. It's a problem like it. Yes. Yes. And so what you would do is instead of putting them in a blanket, is give them hugs. So it's more of a connection. You would give them hugs, or you would learn something called Qigong massage. Have you heard of it? Qigong massage. It's by a lady called Louisa Silva. It's a great massage technique. It helps sensory integration. Wonderful. It's called yes. But yes, Qigong and by Louisa Silva, and it's a massage therapy for autism. But I think it relates to all children to help with sensory integration. It helps with their muscles. But once you've tested these reflexes and you find that they are still there, the exercises that you will do, I will show you them now because you've taken a video of the actual how to test them, right? Okay. So let us show you the exercises. I will send you them. I'm going to give you the number. Can you get my phone, please? Yes, please. I'm going to give you the number of my assistant, Anhara. I've already briefed her this morning that I didn't have time to print the exercise sheets. They're all available on my website. I'm all about sharing this caring. The more families you touch, the more families you help. It's Sadhaka Jariya for me. So, but I don't do free workshops, by the way. We charge extortionately for those. Yes, okay. Right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to give you Anhara's number. So everyone, please take this number down if you would like the exercise sheets sent to you. And she is ready for receiving your emails. 056 129 0191. Her name is Anhara, she's wonderful, and if you send her your email on WhatsApp, she's ready to receive it and send you the exercise sheets that were ANNHARRA. Well, I hope that's how it's spelled. ANN, or if you call her Anne, she's fine with that, but it's Anhara. ANNHARRA. And so what we're going to do now is grab the kids and show you the exercises for each of them. Would that need to come? Zoya? Okay, so we'll start off with the exercise routine. I have another sequence that I like to use because when we teach the whole uniquely tailored program, each of the reflexes will be done a separate way. But for the treatment, for the purposes of today's, you can just stimulate both equally, both sides. So depending on whether you have a right hemispheric delayed child, you can find out from your checklists, right? You would stimulate the left side twice as much as you would the right side because we want to bridge that gap, okay? So what we're going to do is get the children to show me the TLR exercises, so up and down, so you might want to video these so that you have the order, and I want to grab that brush that I had. So up and down, eyes closed, head up and down 10 times. Look up to the ceiling. If the child can't do it first, you have to keep the eyes open. One of your eyes open or closed, bend the head forward. Yep, so then keep them open, like down, up, down, do this 10 times, right? Moving on, what we will do then is we'll get them on the floor, right? Sit, do the roly-polies. The roly-poly, no, the roly-poly, the TLR roly-poly. Egg roll, I beg your pardon. I'll call them the roly-poly now, egg roll, come on. Right, so rock, back and forth. Yeah. Now some children can't do it. Come forward. Right, so some children won't be able to do it, and what you do with these children is you would hold their feet and help them, right? Keep holding tight, go back and forward. You will do this 10 times, it's the TNR response. Right? If you're not able to get them to do that, you will rock them. If it's a young child, you will rock them in your arms like this. If you have a baby that needs to do tomorrow, you will repeat it like you did the baby. You hold their head and you drink them just under gravity. Bring your head this side. Grandin, I want you to stay long. Just lay on the back with your head down here. So the other way to check the moral while we're here. I've got a great chiropractor for you. Great.
It's a little exercise.
Okay, so what we do is you raise the head and you just drop it from a flex position down. And what you would see is that the arms would flare up. Okay? Like this. Yeah. Now they're moving up more kind of like from here just to here like that. Okay? Okay, back to the TLR response. Then you get the child to lay down. And depending on whether they can do the exercise or not, you will do them for them. A lot of the children that we see are developmentally challenged, so we do a lot of the reflex integration ourselves, and we teach them once they become a bit more receptive to understanding, they will do it themselves. Okay? I mean, I like to see a lot more of the severe cases because the simpler cases we teach. And my goal is to teach parents. My goal is to help every household learn how to do this at home, so you don't need to see us. You know, we can teach this stuff. You can do it at home. Okay? Then what you do is you grab the hand, so you go straight onto the palmar response, and you would stroke in an X 10 times on each side. Right? If the child has severe autism and truly autism, it would be a right hemispheric delay, and you would do this side 20 times, and you do the other side 10 times. But if you don't know what hemispheric delay is, you repeat the same. You do either 20 both sides, or you do 10 both sides. Okay? Then you would do the same for the face reflex. You would stroke the face across the lips, across the lips, across the lips. And it's a firm stroke, right? 10 times, both sides. And then you would do the snap response. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then you would do the Babinski 10 times each side, or 20 times each side. But you would do it equally or unequally, depending on if you know which hemispheric delay they have. In which case you would then double it on the side of the opposite side. So the hemispheric delay would be on the right, and you would do double on the left. Okay? So once you've done the legs, then you would go into get the child into doing the exercises. Now I'm going to get Danny to do the exercises, but generally you would need 2 practitioners to help the child if they're not able to do it themselves. So I want you to start with the ATNR reflex. So this is the lizard. Yeah, so elbow and knee bend like this. You do it on the tummy. Do it on the tummy, you. You do it on the tummy, you do it on your back. So there's different variations of the same exercise. No, I know, but you jump pinpoint. That was your fault for jumping. Come on. Right. And you repeat this 20 times both sides. So you do 10 each side, so you do 20. Right? And what we're doing is we're doing the same fencer response that the ATNR reflex is. You can do it on the front, you can do it on your back, you can do it sitting, right? So in the bow response, and you can even do it standing, really. Oh, sorry, I broke it. Balancing like this, and then like this way. And you can do it to a metronome beat, so you can get the timing sequence of synchronization in the brain as well. But at the moment, when you first start, you're just teaching the movements. Then you're going to go into the cross tap, which is the STNR reflex. Get the child to cross the midline, or you can get them to do the crawling. Start crawling. You do the tapping 20 times. Crawl, yeah, like that, crawl. Yeah, that's what we're showing. Right, so go and cross tap on the other side. Like this, yeah. Now if the child can't move the head up, you just get them to tap. They can do this standing, they can do this sitting down, laying down. But we start on the floor because that's where the reflex is started. Okay, then we get them to crawl. Right, so this is the STNR. Then you can, okay, stop there. Now you can just do the head up and down movement. The cat camel exercise there. So once you've done this, this is the sequence we're following here at the moment. These are just variations she's showing us. Then you would do the crossing the body over, the Moro. You cross the arms across the legs. And the head up, you've got that look from mum. You know what that look is? We'll carry on, we have limited time, we need to teach you stuff. Okay, so head up, you hold that for 10 seconds, we go into a star position. And then again, we repeat that 10 times. Okay, now the child that will not be able to do it, we will do it for them. We'd cross their arms and cross their legs, both ways. Okay, and we would do that 10 times, and then we go on to doing the spinal gland. So this is the snow angels, please. Arms very side, yep, good, and up. And we do this 10 times. Okay, then we get the child onto all fours, please. So we repeat each exercise a minimum of 10-20 times. I say 20, but I'm military, so. And in my clinic, we have to do a minimum of 20 on each of them, so we can do 10. I would recommend you repeat these exercises twice a day minimum, right? And often I've actually now cut down, because I'm only like 3 times a day, 7 days a week, you have to do these exercises, but actually it's unrealistic. But I was military. I used to do 5 times a day, 7 days a week. There was no day of rest. I was going to get my child back. So, but I'm military, so I realize that people don't work psychologically like I do, which is probably a good thing. But I would say twice a day. On the days that you do it, you must repeat it 2 times at least. Okay, it's not worth doing like 2 hours of it, because it's not going to work. Like, you're not going to get fit. It's like going to the gym. You've got to do it regularly, systematically, and often. And I can't tell you the day that your child will be better. I can't tell you. It's like when you go to the gym. I can't tell you the day you're going to be fit, right? But you will get fit. Okay, so it really depends on the number of reflexes that are there, how strong they are there, and what combinations they're there in. But I guarantee you this: if you do this work, it's going to help that child. Okay, so moving on to the head position, then go into all core position. Now, the way we tested it, you turn the child's head side to side. Turn your head over the shoulder, and you repeat this 10-20 times. Okay, then you go up and down, and you go arching, and then down, cat camel. We know these exercises from yoga, things like this, right? Okay, so you repeat this 10-20 times. And then we go into core work. So this is when, so those are all the reflex exercises done. It takes about 30 minutes if you do them properly. Because if the child is not helping you, you're doing it for them. Which is what we do with the children, what we see. Because they're quite young now. We see like 3-year-olds, 2-year-olds. I'm like, bring them in younger, let me check the babies. So I want to check the baby's reflexes and make sure that they develop on time. Because we pick up on 7 months old, if they're not rolling over, there's a problem. They should be rolling over to 3 months. You know, we start rolling over 4 or 5 months. This is the normal time that we should be rolling over. We should try and sit up. We should try and keep our head up. So any delayed head lag, right? After 6 months, you're guaranteed to have a child with developmental delay. You can get them checked. Go and see a chiropractor who does functional neurology. There's probably a few of us. I mean, I'm the only one in the UAE that does this method, the Melillo method, because I had a personal reason to. You know, my whole journey was dedicated to helping my son and helping my family and understanding how we can help change the brain, right? But these exercises that we're going to send you via Amhara, she's going to give you the exercise. They're on my website. The videos how to do these are on my Instagram, and they're open to everyone. You know, drnageena.com, right? And I'm happy to receive questions from you all. But I have to warn you that I am very, very busy. I have a waiting list at clinic, and I was so honoured to be invited here today, because generally I didn't have enough time. I had 3-4 days to prepare, and I'm really grateful to you all for attending, and I'd love for you to go home and do some work. And so this ball that I've given you, not for just the stress, but it's for the palmar response. This is how you can exercise the palm. So you can stroke the hand, and you can squeeze the ball. Right, this will activate the reflexes. On the exercises, it will show you how to do it. You squeeze the ball each finger at a time as well. Okay? But once you've done the reflex exercises, you will need to move on to core exercise. Right? That's how the next part of the brain develops. Primitive reflexes, core strength. So you would start doing things like bridge exercises, planking, side planking, right? You will do sit-ups, and then you can add any push-ups, you can add any variation. Show some push-ups, go on. 10 or 20, I like 20. I like 20. But you can do lots of then core exercises. And moving on from core exercises, the next step up is visual system. So we're looking at the vestibular ocular reflexes, we're looking at the head writing reflexes, we're now looking at more visual, like convergence insufficiency. But that's probably for another day. I think we're out of time. I think you should all subscribe to my Instagram. Thank you. I've got my little salespeople. Honestly, I don't post much on it. I don't have time. In all honesty, I am fully booked, generally speaking, and we have waiting lists. So I don't have time to get a digital footprint, which is what I want to do, but I want to educate more. So I think what I want to do more is just to educate families and parents and caregivers and healthcare professionals on how we can help serve our children and our community more. But yeah, so once you've done the primitive reflexes, core stabilization, then we go into visual system, right? So the visual system is now in the way into the midbrain. We go into the midbrain, we're working the brain up. We've started brainstem, now it's time for the midbrain. We're going to do eye convergence exercises, pencil push-ups with the eyes, right? Get the eyes to converge. Then you can get the child to follow their thumb, or you would get them to follow a puppet, right? Do a figure of 8, do an X, right? The X actually indicates which side of the cerebellum is not working. So when we go from the left down, we're working the left cerebellum, right down is the right cerebellum. So if they can't follow this way, the right cerebellum is affected. And how we challenge the cerebellum, we do balance exercises. All of the tests that you do, the Fukuda-Unterberger test, the Romberg's test, then you do the hand-eye coordination movements. This will all activate the cerebellum. We're moving back to the visual system, right? So we're doing convergence exercises. We're doing the figure of sleepy 8s, okay? We're doing X's, and then we do a little H over here. The other thing we start doing is gaze stability. We look at the thumb, and we do yes exercises. You keep the eyes fixed. And we tell the head to no exercises. Keep the eyes fixed forward. Don't let the eyes, what you'll see in these children, the eyes will go with the head. The eyes will go, which means that when they're trying to walk or balance, they're going to knock into things. They're going to fall over. These are the children that can't keep upright, okay? Because the eyes are not working with the vestibular ocular system. So these are the things you will do straight after the core exercises. You'll do the visual exercises. After visual exercises, you'll do proprioceptive. So you can either get them to have vibration on the body, or you can get them to do some balance exercises. You can get them to then do standing on one of those vibrating plates that you can get them to do a bit of vibration on that for proprioceptive input. You can do stretching of the joints, give them a good gentle stretch on the arms and legs. Following that, you can move on to then doing the vestibular system. So you would spin them in the chair, but you would need to test this. So I wouldn't suggest you just spin a child without any regard to the nystagmus it will cause, because it's very important you do it safely. So just stick up to the visual exercises and do one leg stands, balance, even do tandem gain stands. So get them to stand and balance here like this. This will help them, and you will see significant changes within months. And I'm not a pessimist, but I'm a realist. So I'm not going to say to you this is going to be a walk in the park. I still work on my son because I want him to get good grades now. You just move the bar up. The first bar was, please God, let him talk, let him talk, let him talk. Now it's like, please let me be quiet, please let me be quiet. But it's more a case of you'll raise the bar of what you want to achieve. Initially, for me, it was just like communication, socializing, being able to communicate. Now it's like, you better achieve a good grade if you want to come home, right? So it's like you just level up the bar. But we do a lot of work in the clinic. We do a lot of neurofeedback, we do a lot of physical therapy, a lot of chiropractic, adjustive techniques, and actually on a chiropractic note. So let's say you're not all from here, but you would need to go and see a chiropractor because the actual chiropractic adjustment that's performed creates sensory motor integration in the brain. Dr. Heidi Harvick's research has actually shown it creates a physical change in the brain. So being adjusted by a professional, not random people that say that they can do it, When it's done and applied correctly, it creates a neurological change in the body, which is permanent. So once you do these reflexes, these changes are permanent unless you have an injury or a trauma, in which case it can re-emerge, but they become wired, right? So once it's wired in the brain, it doesn't unwire without a traumatic event. So this is where people say to me, will it work? Yes, it will work. But how committed are you? I'm 100% committed. The question is with the families, how committed are you? Are you going to do the work? Because I don't waste my time. There's many families to serve, many people and many children to serve. Time on the planet is limited. I need to work as many children as I can and serve as many families as I can. So if I give the programs to the parents and they don't comply, I'm not wasting my time. Because this is your child, this is your journey, this is your money, and other parents want to see me and they have waiting lists. So I want to give it to the next person that is willing to do the work. And I'm not asking you to be military about it, but twice a day, 3 to 4 times minimum a week, you will see changes. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Okay? Thank you for your time, everyone. It has been an absolute pleasure and honor to serve you today. And any questions, feel free to give Anhara a call or a text, and she will support you with any questions that you have. And we will get back to you eventually. I will get back to you. It's just that we're very busy. And the kids come first. Okay? So thank you very much for your time. And enjoy the rest of
For a workshop, you don't get free. It was rich in information. Thank you so much. I'm sure a lot of us learned a lot of things that we are going to be using going forward in our therapeutic intervention, and so many new things we learned, something that makes us think beyond and challenges our knowledge. So thank you so much for that. We would just like to give you a small, remembrance for all the knowledge you've shared with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, let's take a picture. And I'll be very vain and get another picture with my information in the background. Sorry. That's just
everyone. It's really nice to be here, and we're going to have Dr. Temple with us live right now. Dr. Temple does not need an introduction. Can you tell I'm one of the biggest fans here? But Dr. Richard will introduce her.
No, it's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce Dr. Temple Grandin. Dr. Grandin is an American academician, animal behaviorist, and internationally renowned spokesperson for autism spectrum disorder. Dr. Grandin is one of the first autistic people to demonstrate the insights that she has gained from her personal experience of autism. She is currently a faculty member with Animal Sciences in the College of Agricultural Sciences at Colorado State University. Based on her experience, Grandin advocates early intervention to address autism and support teachers and professionals who can redirect children and adults in fruitful decisions and directions. She has been an outspoken proponent of animal rights and the neurodiversity movements. In 2010, Temple Grandin was listed as one of the 10 most influential people in the world by Time 100, which named her in the Heroes category. In 2011, she received a double helix medal and has received many honorary degrees from many universities, including McGill, Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, Carnegie Mellon, etc. Grandin has been featured on many media programs. She was the subject of an Emmy and Golden Globe-winning biographical film, Temple Grandin. In 2018, Grandin was featured in the documentary This Business of Autism, which explored autism employment and the success of autism employers. She has been written up in Time, People magazine, Discover, Forbes, and the New York Times. She is best known for designing the Hug Machine, which is a deep pressure gadget planned to calm extremely sensitive people, which are ordinary people with autism. And I know her personally, working with her as a colleague to sequence her entire genome, to read the chromosomes from end to end and make sense of that as to how they caused her condition and how they continue to influence her life. And I'll never forget working with her to do that. And if you're interested in what we found out, come to my lecture tomorrow at 11 something. So introduce Dr. Grandin.
Well, it's good to be here. And also a lot of emphasis on skills like getting dressed, combing your hair, brushing your teeth, eating with utensils. Well, one little tip with these kids, you have to give them time to respond. They're like a phone that's only got one bar of service. And slow down when you talk to them. And when the grown-ups talked fast, it went to gibberish. Can you put the next slide up, please? Now, the thing about autism is it goes all the way from Einstein, who had no speech until age 3, to somebody who has much more severe autism when they become nonverbal. But some of the ones that are nonverbal can learn to type independently. But a brain can be more social emotional, or a brain can be more interested in what they do. And having an interesting career has been very important to me. I'm really happy that I'm a professor. I've got graduate students and I've done a lot of research in animal behavior. I have 3 graduate students that have become university professors. I'm very, very happy about that. So a brain can be more social emotional, or a brain can be more interested sort of in what they do. This is why I think it's important to get kids out doing interesting things. Some of these kids that get addicted to video games, one of the ways to get them off the video games is have them fix motorcycles, have them fix cars. It's the one thing that's worked. They find out that maybe fixing those motorcycles is much more interesting than the video games. And that's something that can turn into a career. And it's a skill that other people want. Let's go to the next slide. Shows a picture of Thomas Edison. He would probably be autistic today. He dropped out of school. Now, fortunately, he had a mentor. And he had a mentor that taught him how to use the telegraph. It's really important for students to get exposed to things. I was not originally in the cattle industry. I got exposed to it as a teenager. And I had very good teachers and mentors, starting with my mother when I was very young. She was always pushing me to do new things. She encouraged my ability in art. I had a wonderful primary school teacher. I had a wonderful science teacher who got me interested in studying with all kinds of interesting projects to do. Good teachers are so important. Let's go to the next slide. There's Einstein. He would probably be in an autism program today. Let's go to the next slide. Put the next slide up, please. Now, I'm a kind of a NASA fan. And I got 5 years ago, I got a chance to go visit visit this launch pad. This was like so much fun. And what I learned when I went there is the astronauts, they had we call it the right stuff, but they were people that had Tourette syndrome, that were dyslexia. They were building the launch pad. They were designing control rooms. There were people there at NASA, really smart people that were, some of them probably were on the autism spectrum. I've been to many, many NASA sites. And if you look at the old videos of going to the moon, look at the people in that control room. I think there was quite a few autistic people there. And they were really happy that they got to be involved in that project. Let's go to the next slide. Now I've got emotions. but I get emotional over interesting stuff I do. And Voyager spacecraft now is 45 years old. The scientists are in their 80s now. They are still tracking it. They've managed to keep it going. For a long time, they had to work out of a storefront next to a McDonald's, but they kept it operating with no funds. And I can get really into that because it's so cool what they're doing. They're still learning from this spacecraft that's 45 years old. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, past Saturn, we can go to the next slide. And then you've got the techies down there that keep that antenna going. Yeah, they probably have to do it at 3 o'clock in the morning. I got a chance to sit at the original mission control desk. That was really, really cool. Go to the next slide. Now, let's not get hung up on the labels. Autism is this big spectrum. And the problem with autism is they keep changing the diagnosis. Originally, maybe 30 years ago or so, you had to have speech delay to be labeled autistic. And then they added Asperger's syndrome, where you could be socially awkward with no speech delay. And then in 2013, they merged everything together. And you've got a spectrum that's going from Einstein to somebody that may have much more severe problems. But I can't emphasize enough on working with the little kids, because when I was 3, I looked very, very severe. And we can go to the next slide. I have grandparents that come up to me all the time, and they find out they're autistic when the kids get diagnosed. That just happens all the time. And sometimes adults later in life getting diagnosed helps them with their relationships. But I'm concerned that too many fully verbal, smart kids on the spectrum get so hung up on the label, the parents get hung up on the label, that the kid's not learning basic skills like shopping, learning how to save money, doing laundry, just very, very basic things. Another big problem I'm seeing is not making the transition into the world of work. Work skills are not the same skills as academic skills. We need to start children when they're 11 years old, maybe volunteering at a fruit stand or something like that, where they learn how to work for somebody outside the family on a schedule. Let's go to the next slide. And that's me having a real fun time at the vehicle assembly building. We'll show another slide. All the cool stuff I got to go do there, like go up on the roof and I wasn't supposed to. That was really cool. All right, let's just get back to the getting important stuff in autism. Let's talk about some basic issues here. Sudden surprises scare. Okay, let's say a child's going to go to a new school. We'll try to visit it maybe before they go there, or look at the website. The other thing that's difficult for a lot of individuals with autism is multitasking, when you rapidly have to multitask. But we've got to get these kids out doing stuff. We've just got to do that. And I was brought up in the 50s, and we used a method, I call it teachable moments. So let's say I took my drink right here, and I stirred it with my finger. That's bad table manners. Now, my mother, instead of saying no, she would say, use the spoon. People think it's disgusting when you put your finger in the cup. She would give the instruction instead of saying no. That was my generation, a method of teaching social skills. And social skills were taught in a much more structured manner than they are today. We need to limit the screen time, the phones and the computers, to about an hour a day. And we need to get kids out doing things. Today, I saw some kids out playing in the playground that's near my house, and that's the kind of stuff that kids should be doing. Let's go to the next slide. So there's the teacher there working with a really young kid. And the thing I have found on very young children's programs, some teachers just have the ability to work with these little kids. Now, if you've got a little kid that's not talking, the worst thing you can do is let them just sit and play with a phone all day. That's the worst thing you can do. You need to get an effective teacher working with them. And I find some teachers have the ability and some don't. Let's go to the next slide. Teaching turn taking. That was done with me with board games. You have to learn how to wait. It's something that's very important for young autistic children to learn how to wait. And we'll go on to the next slide. Teachable moments. We already talked about that. You don't yell and say, stop it. You give the instruction and the reason why. Let's go to the next slide. You need to limit the video games. One of the things that I was not allowed to do when I was in high school was just become a recluse in my room. I was not a good student. I was a terrible student, but I still had to attend the classes. You know, too many of these kids are just getting on the electronics and just staying in their room, playing video games all day, and they're not getting wonderful jobs in the video game industry. And if they were getting wonderful jobs in the video game industry, I'd be a lot more positive about it. But some young adults, again, addicted to video games, the one thing that was successful in getting them off of it was working on motors and engines. And they found out that they were more interesting than the video games. Let's go to the next slide. Now, my mother would always stretch me to do new things, but she always gave me a choice. You know, we could go to this store or that store, or you could do this activity or some other activity. Always giving choices. You can do your homework when you get home from school, or you can do your homework after dinner. Giving some choices. And one of the things that helped me, being raised in the 50s, is we had sit-down dinners. And, you know, my sister and my parents would take turns telling about their day. Unfortunately, in some families, that's not happening. And this was part of getting me to be a lot more social. And you can learn business social. Another thing that was done in my family is when we were 7 or 8 years old, and it was done with most of the families in my generation, is when I was a little kid, I had to dress up in my good clothes when the parents had a party, and I had to serve the snacks. I had to shake hands with them, learn how to talk to them. Really, really good social training. Let's go to the next slide. Let's talk about sensory issues. Sensory issues are really real. And loud sounds like a school bell or a hairdryer or maybe a vacuum cleaner would hurt my ears. Now, one of the ways to help a child to tolerate these sounds is to let the child play with the vacuum cleaner, where they turn it on. They turn the hairdryer on. And when the child turns the dreaded noisy thing on, they often get to where they can tolerate it better because they are controlling it. Now, there's some kids wearing headphones all the time. And the problem is, if you wear headphones all the time, and that's on the next slide, the sound sensitivity may get worse. So what you want to do is have them with you. You can have them in your backpack. So they're with you. They give you control. You've got them with you. But then you try not to wear them. Because I've heard stories where they were wearing headphones all the time and the child got so sensitive, he couldn't tolerate quiet conversation at the dining room table. But sensory problems really are real. Sensory integration methods can be helpful. There's a paper you can look up online that's called Environmental Enrichment is an Effective Treatment for Autism. And it's a method where you stimulate 2 senses at the same time. Maybe touch a warm coffee cup and then smell some aromatherapy. So you're stimulating 2 senses at the same time. And the title of the paper is Environmental Enrichment, an Effective Treatment for Autism. Now, let's say we have a nonverbal older child or adult and problems with maybe destructive behavior or hitting. The first thing with somebody who cannot speak is give them a way to communicate. Not being able to communicate is totally frustrating. Also, you have to rule out, do they have a painful medical problem that they can't tell you about? That's the first thing you need to make sure they don't have acid reflux. I had acid reflux last night because I ate some hot sauce I wish I hadn't eaten. And my stomach was hurting last night. But the sensory overload, if they have a meltdown or outburst in a busy, noisy store, that is probably sensory overload. But we've also got to give them a way to communicate. That is just super, super important. There's a next slide just shows that sensory symptoms are part of the neurobiology of autism. Now, when I was a little kid, they tested me for 2 things, deafness and epilepsy. Now, I could pass the deafness test, but the problem is My ability to hear auditory details impaired. Like if the grown-ups talk fast, it was when adults talked fast, it's like, blah, 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 blah. That's what it sounded like. Because I didn't hear the hard consonant sounds. Like if someone said the word cat and they said it fast, I would hear ah. So my speech teacher would say cat ta, or she'd hold up a cup and she'd say cup pa, and she switched back and forth between saying cup and cup pa. Because if people talked fast, then all I heard were the vowel sounds. Stretch out and enunciate the consonants, and sometimes hearing would kind of cut in and out like a bad mobile phone connection. There's kind of three ways that the brain can have a problem with language. Not hearing the auditory detail, where I'm hearing gibberish, trouble with getting my speech out, expressive. And then the next slide, I talk about echolalic children. And echolalic children, they have good speech and they will recite an entire movie script. But the problem is they don't know what the movie script means. That's the problem. So in Life Animated, what these parents did is this child had memorized Disney movie, and they picked out phrases in the movie that could be used in real life. And then their son started to figure out that words had meaning. So an echolalic kid, you've got to teach them that all this language they're yakking out has meaning. So there's kind of three ways the brain can be messed up. The next slide talks about attention shifting slowness. Now, if I was a computer, I've got a very, very small, I'm an Intel 286. I mean, if you're a computer geek, that's the first chip. But I have huge memory. Attention shifting slowness. This is why you have to give the child time to respond. The next slide shows attention shifting slowness. It's an old Ami Klin slide, and look at how the normal person's looking at the eyes. But the other more important thing in this slide is look at how many times the normal person looked back and forth compared to the autistic person who's trying to lip read. Tension shifting slowness. All right, now let's look at things where this could cause a problem at work. I want to see these kids get employed, and I want to avoid the jobs such as rapid multitasking at a McDonald's takeout window. That would be a very bad job. Another problem is I don't have any working memory. So if let's say I have to shut down the cash register at night at a store, and then maybe 5 or 6 steps, I need to write them down. I need to write the steps down like a pilot's checklist. Long yakety-yak strings of verbal information do not work with me. Let me make a pilot's checklist. Okay, and if you don't want to disclose autism, just say to your employer, pilots need a checklist. I need one too. And for pilots, it's mandatory. In every country in the world, pilots have to use checklists. Now, I'm talking about giving the child time to respond. When I was 5 years old in school, we had a little assignment where we had to name the pictures that began with B as in beautiful. So I called the suitcase a bag, and the teacher marked it wrong. And she didn't give me time to explain that in our house there weren't suitcases, they were bags. And that was very, very frustrating for me. In the next slide, we're going to be talking about some visual problems. I don't have visual processing problems, but some individuals do. And vision might break up similar to a migraine headache. Or this next slide that shows an image that's breaking up. Seeing probably wouldn't be a primary sense if that's the way things look like. And this may explain why a number of people that do not speak touch and smell things, because those senses provide accurate information. And we'll go on to the next slide that shows an escalator. Now, in your brain, you have the eyes that work like a camera, but then in the back of the brain, there's circuits that assemble the graphics file for shape, color, motion, and texture. And if there's something wrong with those circuits, print may jiggle on the page when you try to read. These kids are often terrified of escalators because they can't tell how to get on and off of it. So you have a child that hates an escalator. The chances are he has a visual processing problem. and the eye exam may be more or less normal. And if you have a child that can't read, the next slide shows print jiggling on the paper. Try different pale colored papers. Now, this is my children's project book right here. Well, you see the light blue paper color right there. Try printing on the homework and the reading materials on maybe light tan paper, light gray paper, all these different colored papers. That sometimes really works for some types of dyslexia. Just try different colored paper, try different colored backgrounds on your computer, on your laptop, or on the iPad. The next slide, I talk about lighting issues. And one of the big ones now is LED lights that flicker. And one of the ways that you can determine if LED lights are bad is take pictures of them in slow motion. So you want to wave like this, because when you play it back, you want to make sure it's playing back in slow motion. And you're going to find some flat screen TVs that flicker. Now, tablets do not flicker. Most laptops do not flicker. But there's going to be some flat screen TV computer monitors that are bad. And this does not affect all people with autism. But I'm going to say that 10 or 20% may have a problem with seeing flicker of LED lights or on TVs and computer monitors. So what do you do if you have that problem? You go buy a lamp and you find an LED light that does not flicker and you put it next to the desk. And you can buy cheap ones that don't flicker. But this is something that's a real problem. And when I get asked about designing a school or a home for people with autism, I want to make sure we have LED lights that do not flicker. I just learned from a technical specialist that if a TV flickers, it has to do with the internet connection. But this kind of stuff needs to be fixed, and you can just test it with slow motion video. The next slide just talks about some more severe sensory issues. In noisy environments, I am not able to hear because of all the background noise. Cannot hear. And I also cannot follow very rapid chit-chat conversations where people get very social, chit-chatting back and forth very rapidly. I get bored with that. And there's questions coming up about masking. Some of that stuff's just too hard for me to do. But you can always do some business social. Shake hands with people. There are some individuals that need breaks. But sensory problems are real. Let's go on to the next slide. The next slide talks about this environmental enrichment program, where you use inexpensive, cheap things to stimulate two senses at the same time. You're always changing the things that you stimulate, and it's an adjunct or an add-on to other types of therapy. Now, the next slide shows some really wonderful books for that have been written by non-speaking autistics. Now, I really like How Can I Talk My Lips Don't Move by Tito. I had a chance to meet Tito, and he came into a library, and he was flapping and everything. And I wanted to see, I tested him with a really, really strange picture that he had never seen before, and it had an astronaut in a spacesuit riding a horse out in the desert. And I showed that to Tito, and he types really fast, Apollo 11 on a horse. Another good book's Carly Fleischman's, Arthur Fleischman's Carly's Voice. Then you got The Reason I Jump, the sequel to The Reason I Jump. I like the sequel. It's a better book. But I'll give you a little tip about the typing. Remember the problem with attention shift. Okay, like on this desktop, my keyboard's way down here. But when I type, that print appears way up here on the screen here, and the keyboard's down below where the video is. Now, many people with autism cannot make that attention shift. And that's the reason why you want to use a tablet, because the virtual keyboard, with using that virtual keyboard, the writing appears right next to the top of the keyboard. Or you're going to have to, on a laptop, put the keyboard on a box, and you need to make sure it's a monitor that does not flicker. This is really, really important. Next slide just shows some brain scans. And the point I want to get across right there, different parts of the brain get turned on when you do different things, like seeing things, hearing words, thinking about things. And where there's a problem in autism is in kind of the inter-office communications. And what you tend to get is uneven skills. Like I'm really good at art and mechanical stuff. Somebody else might be really good at mathematical stuff. And we'll just show some more pretty brain scans. Next slide shows, oh, that's my skull. Let's show the next slide. That's the microbiome. You see the little tiny hairs there. Those are axon tails, and they form great big inter-office communication cables between different parts of the brain. And then I can show you a slide without my ugly skull. And that the connectome is much prettier when it's by itself. The next slide shows the circuit in the brain for speak what you see. Now there's the normal control right there, and I'll show you mine. The next slide. That's my speak what you see. And I have all these extra branches for visual thinking, but I have less fibers for speech. So that might explain why I had trouble getting my speech out. But when I had speech therapy, it increases the bandwidth on the fibers that are still left. And the next slide just shows that. But this is where the therapy made a difference because I had trouble getting my speech out. Let's go to the next slide. Now, for speak what I hear, I am definitely not an auditory person. I am definitely a visual person. And we'll go on to the next slide. And I want to talk about the importance of developing strengths. That's an artwork I did when I was about 6 or 7 years old. Mother always encouraged my ability in art. It's a picture of a wooden dock or deck that was by the beach. And she always encouraged my my art. And the next slide just shows a picture a young child did in 3-dimensional. Most little kids don't do that. And I would just draw the same horse's head over and over and over again. So mother would broaden my skill. Let's draw the stable. Let's draw the saddle. Or if you have a child that likes cars, let's read about cars, do math with cars, draw pictures of different cars. In other words, broaden that fixation. Broaden the fixation, especially if it's something like cars, that can turn into a career. The next slide just talks about the art ability being encouraged. Often we'll have uneven skills, really good at art. I was actually terrible at mathematics, but then you're going to have another autistic person that's good at math. And we'll go to the next slide where it shows that the way I think, it's videos in my head or movies in my head. I'm what's called an object visualizer. And in my new book, Visual Thinking, The Hidden Gifts of People Who Think in Pictures, Patterns, and Abstractions, I discuss 3 different kinds of thinking that you can have in autism. Most people are mixtures of the different kinds of thinking. But in autism, you might get an extreme object visualizer. That's me. And the HBO movie shows how I think. My kind of mind's good at art, mechanical things, photography, working with animals, absolutely terrible in mathematics. And then you have the next kind of mind is the visual, spatial, mathematical mind. And the mathematical mind thinks in patterns. And then you have people that think in words. And it's important to, kind of know how the child thinks. That just shows eclipse shadows on where the eclipse, the trees made little tiny eclipses like a pinhole camera. That happened on our campus. I noticed detail. I watched a whole bunch of students just walk over that. They just didn't notice it. But I noticed visual detail. The next slide shows 2 things that can bother cattle, like seeing a car through the fence, seeing a piece of red string, seeing a bottle there that might move. Little things that people don't notice. Also in autism, there is there's some better ability to pitch discrimination. There's been a lot of research that shows that these sensory things really, really are real. And the next slide shows one of my cattle handling facilities. And how did I sell my work? One of the things I did to sell my work was to show off pictures of things I had designed. And one thing I really liked in the HBO movie is that it showed my actual projects. It also shows how I think in pictures. It's very, very accurate on that. And I can say that the geek side of me really liked that. The next slide shows a recreation of one of my projects in the HBO movie. I thought that was just so cool. I really, really liked that. The next slide shows starting on my very first project. Now, I had some good mentors in the construction industry. On my first project, the Swift plant in 1974, I criticized some welding and I said it looked like a bird had poo-pooed on it. And that was pretty rude. And the plant engineer pulled me into his office in private and said I had to apologize for that rude kind of talk. He told me what I should do. And then another person that helped me was a small contractor, steel and concrete work contractor, who had seen my drawings and seeked me out. And for 10 years, we built projects together. And so those are on a construction site, some of my early projects. And some of the most fun stuff I ever did was working in construction. And I worked with a lot of people that were probably dyslexic, ADHD, or autistic. Some of these people owned big companies where they made mechanical equipment. They had lots of patents. I really put the emphasis on the career. This is what's made life happy for me, is having a fulfilling career. The next slides just show some of my drawings. And when I showed people my drawings, they were impressed. That's how I sold jobs. Okay, let's work on what are we going to do about job interviews? Well, a job interview for me was lay the drawings on the table and show off the drawings. That's what I did. And they'd look at my drawings and go, wow. In fact, actually today, now that everything's computerized drawings, I'm seeing some very bad drawings. And now the next drawing shows a dipping vat system. And you can see on the concrete work, I have all the reinforcing rods drawn in there. 4 years ago, I got a really horrible set of drawings that the engineering firm had done on a computer, and they hadn't drawn in the reinforcing rods. I marked them all in pencil, and I said, you go back to that engineering firm and get it done right. This is a piece of equipment I developed for the meat industry called the center track restrainer system. You can see a lot of complicated steel work there. And one of the people I worked on this was autistic, undiagnosed. Special ed department builds the stuff. And we need these skills. We need to find back doors into jobs, where you just kind of bypass the interview and get jobs. Well, a friend that has a store and maybe they'd be willing to work with the kid. I think I'm going to stop there. You can have the rest of the slides because I'd like to do questions. And I've already talked about some of the most important stuff, but what you see right there is high-end skilled trades. And I was very interested. I went to the Steve Jobs Theater right before COVID shut everything down. And the glass walls came from Italy and Germany. And the carbon fiber roof came from Dubai. That's very, very high-end skilled trades. That's something to be proud of. All right, let's get some questions going right now. Hope I'm going to get some questions. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, let's get some questions.
Yeah, just a second.
Hi, my name is Sona. I have a son. He is nearly 8 years old. And I always have this question because I'm a big fan of you and I know you know a lot about autism and animal behavior. So I wanted to ask, what's the connection between visual sensory preference as my cats and my son? They both like similar toys and they have similar visual preference. Is there any link?
Does your son speak?
He is speaking, but he is not like having any big vocabulary. So he has very short vocabulary and has sensory issues.
Does he have a decent way to communicate? Even something out like one of these computerized things that will speak, or a picture board or something that for him to communicate with?
No, we never use like visual pictures like PECs. We never use those. So we encouraging him to use more spontaneous speech and the speech therapist, the ABA therapist, all of them, what they recommend, we follow that.
Well, if he can learn to speak, then you don't need to use PECs. But
Yeah.
if you have a child that has like 3-word vocabulary, and he's 8 years old, we need to give him another way to communicate more easily. And that, I can remember the frustration when I couldn't communicate, and I remember that, I showed you that picture of the bicycle in the suitcase, and it was so frustrating when the teacher didn't give me time to explain that in our house suitcases were bags, and I didn't understand the concept of the letter B, the sound of the letter B. But there's a point where they need to get a better way to communicate.
Yeah,
Some kids can use sign language, some kids there's various programs you can get for tablets.
Yeah, the thing is, he started talking just before he gets 6, so it's really delayed. So that's why.
But is he starting to talk? Are you getting more and more language?
Yes, and more clarity. Like it takes time, like it's a step by step. But we had him from severe autism. Now he is in between low and moderate autism.
Okay,
so in the
that's
spectrum.
good. If you're getting progress, parents always ask me about different programs. I said the most important thing is you're getting progress.
Yes,
now, if you're getting progress right now, then you're doing the right thing.
Yes, the only problem I'm struggling is his memory and his sensory problems. That kind of restrict him to learn more and focus on task and academics. And he's better in maths. As you said, there are a few types of visual learners. He is more into maths and numbers rather than alphabets and reading.
You see, because I said there's a visual kind of autism, that's me, but there's also a mathematical. There are kids that are very mathematical.
He is visual in maths, but he's not very visual in, he's not into reading that much, but he's better in maths, like counting and numbers. He's really good with numbers.
That's good. Then you maybe can move him ahead in numbers. How is he at things like getting dressed, bathing, these kinds of things?
He is very independent. Wherever I taught him, is very independent.
Good. That's good. He's learning those skills.
Yeah, he is even better than my other children, like neurotypical ones. So he is more independent than them, and he understands routine better than them. The only problem I have, I can't find his special skill. He really likes music, and he is very athletic. He does parkour, he does swimming, he does cycling.
Well, good. He's very athletic. That's good. And see, the problem you got with autism is it's such a wide spectrum now. Let's say you take a diagnosis like dyslexia. Okay, that's problems with reading. Or ADHD, you tend to, detention. It's a much narrower diagnosis, and this is the problem we've got. We've probably got half of autistic kids that have a special skill, and there's going to be some that don't really have a special skill.
Yeah, he has autism, ADHD, and dyslexia, all three, and Erlin syndrome.
Well, the Erlin syndrome, have you tried the Erlin glasses?
Yes, I myself, I qualified as well. I just took the course so I can keep checking on him. We got the glasses.
Well, the other thing I find that works also for people that have Erlin syndrome, I talked about the colored paper.
Yeah, we do use.
We
do use. All of his notebooks are turquoise.
Well, like I've got a tan shirt on right now, and that would be one of the colors, the light tan like this shirt. Some people like that, and then other people, they like this light blue that's on my children's project book.
Yeah, that light blue, that's the thing for him,
light blue,
calms
like
him.
my tie.
Yes, it calms him.
It needs to be the pale colors.
Yeah.
Not dark blue, light blue.
Yeah, I changed those, but he still have visual sensory problems. So is there any connection?
What about sound sensitivity?
Sound sensitivity he has, but I kind of always give him that opportunity. Like you said, he's in charge of hair dryer. He's in charge of hand dryer. When we go to cinema, at the beginning he was very hesitated, but then he got used to. Now he is properly sitting like other children. So I kind of make him to be prone to that, and he's used to it.
Well, that's good that you see it, and making him see when the child turns the hair dryer on and off or the vacuum on and off. where they control it.
Yes.
That to desensitize some of that.
Yeah, but still I'm struggling with his memory and his visual sensory. Like my cat and him, they prefer the same toy. You know what I mean? Like he will kind of keep doing with that, playing with that toy, even though he has 1,000 other toys. But
And
his
how
preference.
is it taking turns at a game?
He was not good. He was having meltdowns. He would get angry. But I kind of desensitized him with that as well, like on the cues of airport, like slowly by rewarding him using ABA techniques. And,
well, and you don't have a surprise at the airport. You know, like you watch videos and I found that one of the things that I got afraid of them, if I made them interesting.
Yeah, exactly. That sports.
What one parent did about the hand dryers in the bathrooms, they went to the websites of all the manufacturers of the hand dryers, and then they got interested in how they worked, and they collected all the websites of hand dryer manufacturers. No, seriously, this actually helped.
Yeah, it's the same with him. Wherever we start with, like even food diet, we started with him. At the beginning, he didn't like. Now he loves healthy, clean food. He wouldn't eat rice. Before, he was addicted to all these carbs, rice.
Oh, yeah, it's bad.
Now he wouldn't eat.
I get worried that some of these kids with these restrictive diets are going to get the old vitamin deficiency diseases. There was a horrible case where a kid got scurvy, which is vitamin C deficiency, because the diet was so restricted. Maybe we need to get somebody else to ask a question. I want to give somebody else a turn.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Hi, good morning and nice to meet you. You made a point about people who don't speak much, they're more on touching and smelling things. And I just wanted to know how can that be helped and how can they be helped to speak better?
Well, if you read, I really recommend that you read Tito's book, How Can I Talk If My Lips Don't Move? It is available in an electronic book. I checked Amazon recently, it is available. And he talks about vision being scrambled. Also, the Japanese boy in the sequel, which I think is a better book, he talks about being like a broken robot and having problems with controlling his movements. And if you have an older child or an adult that's either non-speaking or very poor speaking, I really recommend these books because it gives the inside view of their issues. And I don't have scrambled vision. I see just fine. You see, this is where autism has all these variations. But some of them get scrambled vision, and then smell and touch actually work. Those senses are giving accurate information, so then they tend to use them since they work.
So
I really recommend those books. I've got a PDF here. I'll just hold up that slide again of those books right there. If you have an older kid or an adult that doesn't speak, those books are going to give you so much insight. They type independently. Nobody's holding their wrist or their arm. They type completely independently, and they describe sensory scrambling. Now, I don't have this. I have sound sensitive. And then there's some, I had a student that had the problem with print jingling on the page. But see, this is where the sensory stuff is so variable. This is sensory problems a lot worse than mine is.
Good morning. My question is how to teach taking turns. There is a child, 8-year-old. He struggles with taking turns. He can't wait. And while playing...
That was the reason why when I was 3, we spent a big part of my therapy was learning how to wait and take turns in games.
How do I teach? How do I do it? Like sometimes there's a video activity happening and there are 3 kids. One after another they can watch their favorite video clip for maybe 5 minutes. But he can't wait for others.
Well, let's do something where it's shorter than 5 minutes, like a board game. We played a lot of Parcheesi, which is a very simple board game where you shake little cups with dice in it, and you move little wooden pieces around on the board. And I remember grabbing that cup, and Mother said, "You got to wait for your sister to take her turn." And something where it's not 5 minutes. Let's do some turn-taking thing where it's, you know,
1
like
minute.
you take a turn in Parcheesi takes 10 seconds.
Okay, so I start with 10 seconds the first activity should be very short.
Well, but the thing is, my speech teacher that I had years ago, this would be like in 1950,
Okay.
she just knew that teaching the kids how to wait and take turns was super important. My therapy had a lot of emphasis on that.
All right.
How to wait in line. Okay, you're at the supermarket and you've got to wait in line. You can't cut to the front of the line. That's also turn taking.
The child is able to wait in queue, but only taking turns when there's a person who is talking to him. He finds it difficult. In queue, nobody is speaking to each other. They are facing the other way, so he finds it very easy to wait in queue. But he has.
Okay, wait queues, okay.
But when he has to play with other children or he has to watch a video and wait for that time, he feels that he's not given his. He's not having control on his activity. I don't know what is the exact feeling he has.
Well, you might try different things. When we were kids, we did a lot of relay races where you'd take turns running and kicking a ball or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, try some different things that involve taking turns. Now, if you're watching videos, one thing I'd recommend is the phone be physically passed.
All right.
The phone has to be physically passed around.
Thank you so much.
The taking turns means the phone has to be given to the other person and passed around if you're doing something on a phone.
All right.
I think that's going to help on the taking turns.
Thank you so much.
Okay, maybe we can get another question.
Hi, Doctor. Nice to meet you today. In the last 5 years, we're hearing somebody tell autism causes by TV. I want today listen in your opinion.
Caused by what? I didn't hear you.
TV. Television. TV.
Autism is caused by television?
Yeah, somebody tell that.
No, autism is not caused by television. But if you let a child spend 10 hours a day watching television, that's bad. And it'll probably make the autism worse. You know, we need to be getting them out and doing things. No, but television does not cause autism.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Eleonora. I want to ask you, what do you think about the connection between language and motor coordination? Is it important to improve motor coordination in autistic children, to improve also language? What do you think?
Well, there's some really interesting things that's happening with horseback riding. And I've had parents tell me that their kid did their first words on a horse. Now, there's three things that happen on a horse. First of all, riding horses is really fun. Yeah. But the other thing is you have to balance and rhythm. You're doing balancing and rhythm at the same time. Now, occupational therapists and sensory integration might get you on a swing and do some of the same thing. But when you stimulate the vestibular system with balance and rhythm, that can be real helpful. Another simple thing that might work is you nail a board to the floor, and then you have the person walk, what we call walk the tightrope like this, along a board that's nailed to the floor. I mean, it's only like that far above the floor. But you do these activities that stimulate the cerebellum. Yeah. Things like swinging. There's a paper I worked on years ago with Lorna King. Now, the child, they had him on a swing and they were working on speech. And there's some good things with the motor and speech. And the thing that's not known is which kids respond to this. You see, this is the problem with any of these sensory things. You know, it works on one kid and another kid it doesn't work. Okay, I worked on my squeeze machine. Some kids respond to deep pressure, other kids don't. This is where the sensory problems are a real variable. But some individuals, they do swinging, balancing, rhythmic activities, that can help on speech. For some individuals.
Okay, we can use also music, for example, rhythm,
And
that is very
music can be
important.
helpful. The other thing is there are some individuals that can sing words before they speak them. Singing is on different brain circuits. So they could sing the words rather than speak them. Sometimes that works.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grandin, for wonderfully sharing your insights as an autistic person. One thing that has caught my eye is that your parent, your mother, played a very key role in
Absolutely. And then another book you might find helpful, I got a book called The Way I See It, that's I got a lot of little short articles in it. It's available on Amazon. That might be helpful.
Thank you. Yeah,
I also have a lot of information on website, templegrandin.com. There's templegrandin.com. There's lots of free information on that.
Thank you. So I'm a mother of triplet boys with autism. They are 11 years old, all different. They are all on a different spectrum. And one is still nonverbal. And all my sons are really not academically gifted. And there's one thing you have mentioned, that you're really fortunate and happy that you have a wonderful career. Now, I would like to request if you can share, one word or a direction to us parents. Often we find that we want to follow the typical growth, go to kindergarten, go to primary, go to high school, go to university, get a job, get married, all that. But most of our children with autism don't really seem to fit there. What can you tell us?
The thing, you have uneven skills. I'm a big believer in getting children exposed to lots of different things. I did all kinds of things when I was a child: cooking, sewing, woodworking, art, music. I was taught musical instruments, and I was terrible at musical instruments, but good at art and mechanical things. And so you expose kids to lots of different things, then you can see what they are good at. But I know, like you look at this equipment here, I've worked with people where a single welding class led to building things like what's shown in that picture. And then another kid, it might be mathematics and programming. Some that you have to expose them. And then you've got people with autism that are not going to be building equipment, they're not going to be doing mathematics and programming. Let's say if a kid is good with numbers, well then show him other mathematical stuff. Here's some really cool pattern stuff right here I found in one of my science magazines. With those patterns, they all have mathematics behind them. Isn't that cool? In a science magazine.
Yeah.
There's some kids that are going to just, they may be gifted in that. You see, this is the problem. You're really good at one thing, sometimes really bad at something else. And the people that build the equipment, like you see there, complicated stuff, most of them could not do algebra. It's all pure visual thinking. But they're building stuff like that.
Thank you.
I had a chance to go on a corporate jet the other day. The guy that took one welding class, he builds entire beef plants, and he just has them memorized in his head. A single welding class. He's building entire beef plants.
Unfortunately,
now,
we're running.
He's not autistic. But I did work with several other people in metalworking that I'm pretty sure were autistic.
We're out of time now, so we're just going to have one more question. I know that we would. One more question.
Hello?
Midnight or whatever, I'm going to go to bed, but I'm really glad that they'll get up and talk to everybody, and you're free to give the videotape around to people. There's more slides in this deck. You can go ahead and give people the whole slide deck. It just wasn't time tonight to show all the slides.
Hello, Dr. Grandin. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is, right now I'm working as a general practitioner, but when I was a teenager, I had a distant cousin who, at that time, he was 7 years old. He has symptoms of aggressive behavior and at times, but most of the times he's a very quiet kid. He won't interact much and everything, but the aggressive behavior is the key point, like it's almost disruptive. And later on we diagnosed he has autism. But
how old was he when he was doing the destructive behavior?
At 7 years old. And because of that, his whole family also have a history of mental illness, like other mental illness. It's stigmatizing, it's so traumatizing for all of them, especially the boy. So how to deal with autism children with aggressive behavior?
I had aggressive behavior when I was 7. There was a penalty for it. There was no television for one night. For aggressive behavior. The other thing you have to look at, what is bringing it on? Is there a problem with frustration with communication or with sensory overload?
Communication.
We've got to make sure he doesn't have if the child is not speaking, then you always have to make sure you do not have a hidden painful medical issue, like maybe an ear infection, urinary tract infection, acid reflux in their stomach, a toothache, something that's hurting that they cannot tell you about.
I think he had meningitis. He had meningitis.
I also problems with things like getting aggressive when I was a child was worse when I got tired. I had a pretty good sense of when she needed to just say I need to go to my room and just calm down. But when I was 7, I was fully verbal and there were consequences for aggressive behavior. No TV for one night. And then I threw a big tantrum. Mother would put me in my room and let me calm down for half an hour. And then she'd say, well, you know the rule. You can join the family now. But there'll be no television tonight. And I understood consequences, but I think there's some individuals where they may not make the connection between the tantrum they had at school and no television that night. See, this is the problem you've got with autism. You've got such a big range.
Okay, I think that was...
And then you've got the autistic. You see, the people that I worked with that had the metal working shop and all the patents, designing equipment, they would have been more the Asperger type. There would have been no speech delay. You see, this is where that Asperger type with no speech delay now has been merged in with the autism with speech delay. I had speech delay, so I was definitely not the Asperger type. And the people that worked with professionally in metalworking would have been the Asperger type. But they had social issues. I'll never forget one of the jobs, I had to drag the guy out of the shop because before he got the plant engineer.
We're out of time now. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And it's my honor to introduce Dr. Alok Sharma. Dr. Alok Sharma is the professor and head of the Department of Neurosurgery at LTM Medical College and Hospital in Mumbai, India. He is also the director of Neurogen Brain and Spine Institute and KLS Institute of Anti-Aging, both in Navi, Mumbai. He is the president of the Stem Cell Society in India and vice president of the International Association of Neurorestoratology. He has published 172 scientific papers, authored 24 books, contributed chapters in 19 textbooks, and made over 200 scientific presentations. He is a world-renowned pioneer in the field of cellular therapy for neurological disorders, having treated more than 12,000 patients from 75 different countries. His landmark accomplishments include the publication of the world's first scientific paper on the role of cellular therapy in autism. He has revolutionized the management of neurodevelopmental disorders with his innovative combination of cellular and integrative therapies. For this, he has received several international and national awards, such as the Rose of Paracelsus Award from the EMA Oxford 2016, the European Award for Best Practices, Brussels 2018, the Bharat Gaurav Award, London 2019, the Newton Universal Legendary Award, Boston 2022, the Sino-Phil Asia International Peace Award, Manila 2023, etc. Let's welcome Dr. Alok Sharma.
This is truly amazing. To be in Dubai, to be at this wonderful international conference for autism and neurodevelopmental disorders, but most important, to be able to give a talk immediately after Temple Grandin. What an honor. I had never thought in my life that, one day I'd be speaking after the legendary Temple Grandin. Temple, you're just so amazing. You're not you, your life, your thoughts, your work, your effort is not just an inspiration to people on the spectrum, to their families, but to all of us caretakers, researchers, and doctors in the field as well. So I'd like to begin by thanking Temple for the wonderful and amazing talk that she just gave. I'm going to speak on a new topic, that's regenerative medicine in autism spectrum disorders. When I give a talk, I like to begin with this picture. This is a picture, this is a painting, a huge painting, the size of this entire wall, which I found in a hospital in Howlin, Taiwan. And when I entered that hospital, I asked them, why is this picture here? They said, this is a picture of Lord Buddha going into the jungle to heal. And they said the job of the physician is to reach out to people who are in suffering and heal them. So that's what we have to do, reach out and help those in need of healing. Now, if you look at the increasing prevalence of autism, it is actually unbelievable and incredible that the world has not taken notice of what's happening. You look and see in 2004, the incidence was 1 in 166. In 2023, it has become 1 in 36. At this rate, in the next 2 decades, every third child will be on the autism spectrum. Okay, this is something we as medical professionals need to bring to the attention of society, of people, of governments, of administrators and rulers, that this is unprecedented and that the facilities to take care of these children do not match up to the increasing incidence. There are about 70 million kids on the planet. That's 1% of the world's population. It's like a huge percentage of people. So the current situation is that, you have a child who has some symptoms, the parents notice, you go to the doctor, therapist, get a diagnosis, and they say what you can do is therapy, you start the therapy and you're back to where you were. So what's new? What am I going to be talking in this talk that's different? First, the concept of neurodiversity. And this is what Temple spoke of, okay? That we have to see how people on the spectrum are diverse, that they are not less than, they are different, that they have uneven talents and skills. So the concept of neurodiversity, because now there are going to be so many people on the planet that you can't look at them in the way that we've been looking at them earlier. The other exciting thing, and I'm going to highlight that, is a better understanding of what's happening with the brain. And this is what has changed everything. Then the whole concept of neuronal regeneration, that it is possible to regenerate the brain that's not functioning as well. And the concept of multidisciplinary management, and of course the main base of my talk, which is cellular therapy. Now, what is new is that for the first time in medical history, we are now understanding which parts of the brain are functioning differently from neurotypical brains. And we have done scans, we've done a lot of research in this area, and you can see that list: the amygdala, the hippocampus, the parahippocampal gyrus, the cerebellum, the caudate nucleus, the mesial temporal lobes, thalamus, superior and middle temporal poles. So we've actually identified very clearly which parts of the brain are functioning less. We've also identified which parts of the brain are functioning more. Our focus so far has been on what these children can't do. What we also need to look at, which parts of their brain actually are functioning more than what neurotypical people do. And there are actually parts in the calcarine fissure, the Heschel's gyrus, cortical frontal areas that function more. They are hypermetabolic. So we need to understand this as well. And our work has been published in a landmark paper, among the first of it's in published literature in the World Journal of Nuclear Medicine, where we've clearly highlighted which parts of the brain work less and which are working more. Now, what we found here, and this is the only thing that we need to give attention to, because Temple again keeps talking of early intervention. She keeps talking about early intervention, and I'm going to show you the scientific base of the need for early intervention. And that is this. If you look at this graphic, you will see that, you will see that the brain metabolism over the years keeps on declining. So what you see in light green is how the brains of neurotypical kids, the brain metabolism keeps on increasing. Whereas children on the spectrum is the light blue, you can see it keeps on declining. What does this mean? It means the earlier we treat the children, the early intervention is there, the better results, because the later you treat them, the hypermetabolism is actually increased. So the old thinking was that once the brain is damaged, you cannot regenerate it, and the new thinking is it's possible to regenerate the brain through cellular replacement and repair. The other thing that has changed in autism is the concept of multidisciplinary management. So far what would happen is a person specializes in something and then that's all they would offer. So if you're a center that has occupational therapy, you focus on occupational therapy. You have a center that does speech therapy, you focus on that. But what is the need is a multidisciplinary management, which includes everything, all the things listed, and cell therapy, which I will talk about, is one of them. So there is no one silver bullet. The management of autism will be multidisciplinary. So look at that. On the left-hand side, you see a fractured bone. And I ask yourself, will you give rehabilitation to a person with that fractured bone? Would anybody give physiotherapy on a broken bone? Now look at the left. You go to an orthopedic surgeon, you get it fixed, don't you? And now you give rehabilitation. But in autism, we do exactly the opposite. On the left-hand side, the blue area is the hypermetabolic brain. We are giving rehabilitation on a brain that's not functioning optimally, and then we are expecting results of a normal brain. It won't happen. But through cellular therapy, you can see on the right-hand side, the brain has started functioning again. Now, if you give rehabilitation, you are bound to get better results. So cell therapy is a promising new modality where you use healthy cells to replace damaged cells. So that's the brain damage, and you can see that there is recovery. So now look and see what are stem cells. So the word stem comes from the stem of a plant, and just like from the stem of a plant, you can have leaves, fruits, everything else. There are some cells from which all the other cells arise. So the way stem cells work is they multiply, they convert into other cell types, they improve the blood supply, and they release certain positive growth chemicals, and because of that, they repair, they regenerate, and they replace damaged tissue. Cells are of two types. You can be autologous, when you take from the patient, put it back in the patient, or donor cells, when you take it from somebody else. There are different types of cells. You can get them from the embryo, but this is very controversial, so we do not use it. You can get them from the umbilical cord. You can get it from the patient itself, from the bone, and that's what we use. They are called adult stem cells, and induced pluripotent stem cells are in the research stage. So we work with adult stem cells because they are safe, they don't form tumors, they have no rejection, they are easily obtainable, and there are no ethical issues. There are different ways of injecting stem cells. You can inject it intrathecally into the spinal fluid, that's what we do, or intravenously, intramuscularly, through the nose, or directly into the brain. How does cellular therapy work? We know the main problem in autism is there is hypoperfusion, decreased oxygenation, and problems with the immune system and inflammation. Cell therapy works through both these mechanisms. So here is a small video showing the 3 basic steps. What we do a bone marrow aspiration with a needle, separate the cells and inject it back. The whole process has only 2 needle pricks. Let's look at a video. There you can see with the needle we are aspirating bone marrow. That takes 15-20 minutes. The bone marrow is put into machines. It separates the cells, and once the cells are ready, with a very thin needle we inject it back. Just 2 needle pricks. And we take cells from the child and put it back into the child. So let's review what the world literature says. So there are a total of 33 clinical studies, published papers, which show a 80% success rate. 33 worldwide papers. And if you see a review of literature, the world's first scientific paper was published from India. It was by us. We also published the 6th one. The others came from China, Italy, America, etc. So this is the world's first paper on cell therapy in autism, which we published in 2014. This was our paper, and it showed 91% of the patients improved. The second paper came from China. Here again, they showed an 88% improvement. The third paper came from the United States by Dawson, again showing 90% improvement. This another paper from the United States by Kimberly et al. Showing 90% success rate. This paper by Martinez from Mexico showing a 95% success rate. This paper from Vietnam by Thang et al., which showed a 93% success rate. This paper from Italy, which showed a 78% success rate. Now, this is a meta-analysis. This is a review of 460 patients. And at the end, in this paper, they summarize that cellular therapy is safe and that it improves patients with autism spectrum regardless of what type of cell we use. In this other systemic review by Jingyang Q from China, they looked at 325 patients, and again they said it is safe and effective. So there is enough published worldwide literature to show the effectiveness of cellular therapy. Now this is our latest paper. We had 2 papers, but I'll talk about the second paper because this was 254 patients. We use autologous bone marrow mononuclear cells. You can see the improvement in the various symptoms, and almost all the symptoms, whether it is social interaction, eye contact, attention, stereotypical behavior, aggressiveness, hyperactivity, self-injurious behavior, sitting tolerance, command following, speech, communication, all these you can see above is the percentage of improvement. And we have scales called ICAN CARS, and you can see that there was a significant improvement, 94% and 95% in these scales. Now here's something interesting. The results depended on age. So those kids who are less than 5 years, we had a 97% success rate. Between 5 to 10, it reduced to 94. Between 10 to 15, 94 again. And 15 and above, it was 91. So the earlier we intervene, the better results we are likely to get. Here again, you can see on CARS scale, again, 98, 95, 90, 91. So you can see that age affects the outcome. Now, what was the objective proof? Because one is clinical improvement. So in our study, we actually showed objective improvement. So above, this is a PET CT scan where the blue areas are the hypometabolic areas, the areas that are functioning less than normal. So you can see above all the blue. Now this is done on a Siemens machine. Below, you see 6 months later, and you can see the hypometabolic areas are gone. So this is objective proof. I'm just showing you 1 or 2 scans, but we have almost 3,000 such scans before and after that show that the brain damage, the parts of the brain that are not functioning appropriately in autism, they can be repaired. And this is proof of that. So this is on a Siemens machine, and this is on a GE machine. Again, you can see the cerebellum, blue area, hypometabolic, and below you can see that it has improved. So on 2 different sets of machines, Siemens machine and General Electric machines, both show before and after improvement. We have a total of 6 scientific publications in the results of cell therapy in autism. And now international books, medical books are introducing chapters. So in this book on recent advances in autism, there is a chapter, Stem Cell Therapy in Autism Spectrum Disorders, and they've asked us to write the chapter. So we've written the chapter for this book. Now this is data, what I showed you earlier was published. This data of 1,000 patients has been sent for publication. But just to give you an outcome, this is 1,010 patients. And again, you can see more or less similar symptomatic improvements. Again, the ICAN CAR scales, good improvement. individual domains of ISA, and age-wise. Again, you can see the same thing. Below 5 years, 89% improvement. Above 15 years, it dropped to 80%. And this is the analysis. You can see above the blue areas, the damaged areas, and below, after cell therapy, you can see that the brain has got activated. You can again see above and below. So complications. So we've had no major complications. There has been no neurological deterioration, no infection. However, one major concern is that 3% of our patients develop increased incidence of epilepsy when they already had epilepsy in the past. 10% of the patients get a spinal headache which lasts for 1 or 2 days immediately after the procedure, and there was some nausea, vomiting, local pain, etc. Now we've published this as a separate paper. People normally like to hide their adverse events. We've published a paper saying that seizures may happen as an adverse event because there is no treatment which does not have adverse events. But if you know it, you can actually manage it. So we've published this as well. Now I'll just show you a couple of videos. Just if you have little time, so yeah, we have some time. So I'll show you a couple of videos. There are three sets of patients from 3 continents. This is a child from America. Father was a cardiologist, mother is a nurse, and he's improved so much. Today, this kid is not only completely off the spectrum, this video is a little old, but he's topping in school and he's doing wonderfully well.
I couldn't get him to engage with me. I couldn't get him to give me eye contact. Over time, he started to lose a lot of vocabulary. Right around 18 months to the age of 2 years, he just slid backwards.
He would flap like that, and he would walk on his tiptoes, look at the wall and be talking to the wall. He had problems with eye contact. He'd never look you straight in the eye. He had problems with his speech. Some research and found out about neurogen. And the big question that I had in my own mind was, what is there to lose? And I could not come up with a good answer, and I said, we have to do it.
We started seeing better eye contact, definitely a difference in his engagement with us, with his sibling, his mood. He was so much calmer. Now he's all about taking his own shower. I have to just prompt him to get out, but he'll wash himself and he'll put his clothes on. Saw the PET scan images. I can't tell you the word, we were just so excited and thrilled. The areas that were hypoactive or non-active were warm. There was activity there. Ganesh has gone from the 3rd grade, 4th month reading level to a 7th grade, 1st month reading level in 5 months.
And now we have Mercy over here.
We went to different doctors, we went to different hospitals, and when I brought it up, they were like, oh, no, don't worry, it's because they are boys, they are triplets, they were premature. I would be walking out and I'm like, bye, and no child is crying, no child is waving back bye. And by then, for sure, I knew that they should be doing that. The children had this behavior of disappearing. In fact, Eric disappeared 3 times in the middle of the night. The biting, the spitting, the scratching. How are we going to stop this behavior? We went to see the neurologist, and in 5 minutes, he said, these children are autistic.
As parents, it was very traumatizing. First of all, we didn't understand what autistic means.
So I decided to really get to read a lot about autism. I remember the first time I read about stem cell. I was like, wow, this is really good.
We had a lot of questions which we asked, and we got very clear answers from Dr. Sharma.
The day of the stem cell itself came. Actually, I was a bit anxious, of course, but really I didn't have fear. a bit of apprehension, anxiety, of course, as a mother, but I knew they're in good hands.
We put a needle in this pelvic bone and then we take out the bone marrow, which is the fluid inside the bone. The pure stem cells, once they are ready, a thin needle is inserted into the lower back. We inject the stem cells into the cerebrospinal fluid. It flows all the way up to the brain.
Things that would have taken probably years to be accomplished in my sons, in like 8 months' time, we've really been able to come very far. Just with water.
They used to defecate on their clothes, but now they can use the toilet. We've seen a lot of improvement in terms of spitting. The tantrums have reduced. Sleeping used to be a problem before, but at the moment, he is taken to his bed. It takes a few minutes and he is asleep.
You see my son's cycle. You try to make them understand what it is to pedal, and they couldn't. But after stem cell, when we arrived in Kenya the following day and we went out, and these guys could cycle. I'm going to send you to buy tomato paste, okay? I'm going to send you to buy what?
Tomato paste.
In the shop. Where is the shop?
It's here.
Okay. So I'm going to give you...
Money.
For what?
Buy tomato lollipop. I'm going to wear my shoes. That's right.
Parents ask me, so do you really think stem cell works? And I'm like, I can see changes, I can touch, I can feel, I can smell. Of course, for me, stem cell works. I'll do it until my children get well.
So that's 2 stories, and by the way, Ricky's right here. You're going to see him, he's right here. We are short of time, so I won't talk much about cerebral palsy, but this is a paper. It works just as well in cerebral palsy. We've got 15 articles, chapters in textbooks, and that's the brain damage before in cerebral palsy. That's after. You can see the improvement. Then in intellectual disability, it works as well. We have the world's first scientific paper. We've treated more than 12,000 patients from 75 countries, total of 106 papers and 16 books. And I'd just like to share the views of our Honorable Prime Minister.
मैं जापान गया, तो जापान मेरे कार्यक्रम में मैंने एक कार्यक्रम क्या जोड़ा? मैं वहाँ एक नोबेल लॉरिएट साइंटिस्ट याकामाहा को मिलने गया। मैं इसलिए किया गया कि उन्होंने स्टेम सेल के अंदर जो रिसर्च की है, मैंने जितना पढ़ा था तो मेरे मन में आया था शायद इनकी एक खोज हमारे काम आ सकती है क्या है। हम गए तो वहाँ गए, उनसे चर्चा की और बेंगलोर के हमारे साइंस इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ आज उस दिशा में हमारा काम हो रहा है कि स्टेम सेल्स के द्वारा हमारे युवा साइंटिस्ट कुछ खोज करें।
So that is the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, talking in Parliament about stem cells. And here is the President of the United States.
Today, with the executive order I am about to sign, we will bring the change that so many scientists and researchers, doctors and innovators, patients and loved ones have hoped for and fought for these past 8 years. We will lift the ban on federal funding for promising embryonic stem cell research. Scientists believe these tiny cells may have the potential to help us understand and possibly cure some of our most devastating diseases and conditions, to regenerate a severed spinal cord and lift someone from a wheelchair, to spur insulin production and spare a child from a lifetime of needles, to treat Parkinson's, cancer, heart disease, and others that affect millions of Americans and the people who love them. There's no finish line in the work of science. The race is always with us. The urgent work of giving substance to hope and answering those many bedside prayers, of seeking a day when words like terminal and incurable are potentially retired from our vocabulary.
So my conclusion is that adult stem cell therapy that we use may be considered a safe and effective treatment option for autism, cerebral palsy, and intellectual disability. It accelerates development, reduces disability, helps in functional recovery, and improves the quality of his life. We heard the two biggest democracies in the world are India and America. You heard the Prime Minister of India speak of stem cells. You heard the President of America speak about stem cells. But now I want you to hear somebody more important than that. The child you saw in that video, he's right here, Ricky. Ricky, say a few words. Talk to the audience.
Thank you.
Say something.
Thank you, everyone. I like to say thank you for giving me the neurogen stuff which we made.
This child could not speak. This child could not go to school. Today he's standing in front of you and giving a speech. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. Come. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
It is really my privilege to introduce this next speaker. When Dolly told me that I was going to be introducing him, I said, "Are you sure you want me to introduce him?" Well, I'm here, so I guess she was sure. Dr. Kerry Magro is an award-winning autistic professional speaker, best-selling author, autism consultant to the HBO series Mrs. Fletcher that aired in the fall of 2019, and the latest seasons of Netflix's Emmy Award-winning series Love on the Spectrum. If you haven't seen that, you really need to watch it. It is very, very good. He started professionally speaking 12 years ago via the National Speakers Association after he fell in love with theater as a child to help with his social and communication skills. Today, he has spoken at over 1,200 events during the time, including 2 TED Talks and talks at Google presentations. In addition, Kerry is CEO and president of KFM Making a Difference, a nonprofit organization that hosts inclusion events and has provided 100 scholarships for students with autism for college and counting since 2011. In his spare time, which I'm not sure how he has, he hosts a Facebook page called Kerry's Autism Journey that now has 218,000 Facebook followers, where he does on-camera interviews highlighting people impacted by a diagnosis to break down barriers in our community. His videos have been produced and have been watched over 35 million times. Kerry's best-selling books, Defining Autism from the Heart and Autism and Falling in Love, I Will Light It Up Blue, and his latest, Autistics on Autism, have reached the Amazon bestseller list for special needs parenting. Kerry regularly speaks with schools, companies, government organizations, and is always open to discussing potential future collaborations. He is based in Hoboken, New Jersey. Let's give him a really big applause. He's got a video that's supposed to be starting.
Not bad for a guy who was completely nonverbal for the first few years of his life. But once Kerry Magro found his voice, he had a lot to say.
My parents have always told me I'm special, so why am I special? And then later on, I realized that I'm even more special because I have autism.
Kerry Magro's childhood was marked with rough patches. He was completely nonverbal at age 2 and diagnosed with autism at age 4.
I just remember having difficulties trying to explain myself to the world around me.
When Kerry did speak, he struggled to express himself.
Most of my memories were simply just about that kid who wanted to communicate with the world around him, but didn't have the verbal means of actually doing that.
His mother, Suzanne, remembers watching her son have a hard time adjusting to the outside world.
He turned 2 and he was scared of everything. He was scared of the water, he was scared of the rain.
But as the years went on, Kerry slowly began to find his words.
When you can't communicate with the people you love the most in this world about even some of your basic needs, it gets really, really tough. So, but luckily, once I started talking, I never stopped talking.
Wow. This is a tough one today.
Cindy Hsu introduces us to an autistic man who's spreading awareness and understanding throughout the world.
And his latest way of educating people about autism is by making TikTok videos.
I received over 4.1 million views on TikTok, and I just had so many parents, educators, family members who just wanted to learn more about autism, and they were like, keep going, keep doing what you're doing because it's making a difference.
In college, he started a nonprofit called KFM Making a Difference, which awards autistic students with college scholarships. He later earned his doctorate in education. He's now a professional speaker on autism and inclusion.
We've gotten inquiries from people from Africa, Canada, the UK, and it's just shown me that we're not alone in this community. There are people impacted by autism across the globe.
He's written 4 books. His latest one is called Autistics on Autism. All proceeds will go to his scholarship foundation.
You are going to find 100 amazing autistic adults' stories of how they were able to navigate their adolescence and ultimately succeed in their journeys.
He says most publicly funded services end for autistic children when they age out of school, so that could be late teens. He's fighting to get resources for autistic adults through legislation and has this message for parents.
Never give up on your child. Never give up on getting them the best quality supports so they could live their best quality of lives, because again, it's a spectrum. And it's really about providing those resources across the lifespan, because autistic children will grow up to be autistic adults, and we need to be ready for them.
And he'll keep promoting awareness any way he can.
What I'm doing today. Awesome. It's such a huge honor to be here with all of you speaking on a really important topic that is facing so many individuals within our community. And honestly, today, with over 70 million people worldwide having some form of autism diagnosis, it's really important that we do our utmost to do a few quick things. The first one is to realize that autism is just one word trying to describe millions of different stories. My dear friend Stuart Duncan has that comment, and when you meet people with autism, it's really important to meet them where they are in their development. Autism is a very, very wide spectrum. The last time we were here in Dubai, ironically enough, was in 2016. And one of the speakers at that conference with me, his name is Dr. Stephen Shore, an internationally known public speaker who himself is autistic, says if you met one autistic person, you've met just that one autistic person. So let's keep the conversation going on meeting each individual where they are in their own development. So some housekeeping notes today. I'm an avid note taker during all these presentations. So typically I'm the guy sitting in the front row taking a photo of every single slide so I don't miss anything. So we're going to be providing you the PowerPoint slide notes from today's presentation. There will be a QR code at the end of today's presentation. You can scan that with your phone. And my dad still loves a Razr cell phone, so there will also be a link if you don't have a smartphone as well, so you don't miss any of the notes. So during my journey, I grew up with 2 laser-focused key interests. I grew up wanting to be the 6th member of the Backstreet Boys, and I also wanted to grow up to be the next Larry Bird. And with my autism diagnosis, I've always had extreme laser-focused key interests, and those were 2 of the big ones. Sports helped me with a lot of my fine motor skills growing up with autism. In addition to having autism, I also have a dual diagnosis of dysgraphia. It's really important that when we meet individuals where they are in their own development, that we look for comorbidities. So if an individual might have a dual diagnosis, we are able to diagnose that as early as possible. Early intervention truly is the key. Within those first 5 years, getting a diagnosis is really pivotal. So I took my love of sports to get a degree in sport management at Seton Hall University, where I'm based in New Jersey. Before deciding to change career paths, I realized that those individuals with disabilities make up the largest minority in the United States, and often they are one of the most underserved because, simply put, some individuals in our community have strong support needs and might not be able to advocate for themselves. So it's really important that we do our utmost to try to help one of the most underserved communities in the world today. So I decided to change career paths. I received a master's in strategic communications so I could become one of the first professionally certified speakers who is openly autistic in the United States. It's given me the opportunity to travel the globe in the past 12 years and get the opportunity to speak with so many incredible groups like your own about this topic of autism, but then also diversity, equity, inclusion. One of our big focuses, especially in the past few years, has really been focused on corporate and really focused on helping those with autism find meaningful employment and tapping into one of the most untapped talent pools that employers should consider. So really quickly today, and again, this was a journey, I want you to imagine something really quickly. Imagine not being able to tell your loved ones that you love them. Not being able to speak in full sentences until you were 7 years old. Having sensory challenges to the point where you felt like an alien compared to other people. Being such a picky eater that any time your parents tried to introduce you to a new food, it made you cringe. This used to be my life. When I was a kid, there were so many people who told me what I would never be able to do in this life. They would also tell me that I would have a photogenic memory, that I would be really great at math, and when I turned 21, my parents would take me to Las Vegas with them, and I would win them $88,000 on the blackjack tables. Prototypically, I was considered a Rain Man diagnosis. I was considered a savant, but I was also considered somebody who had a lot of limitations in his life. So what helped get me to where I am today speaking in front of all of you was over 15 years of occupational speech and physical therapy. There's no one-size-fits-all when it comes to our autism community. One of the first movies I ever got the opportunity to consult on was a movie from Warner Brothers called Joyful Noise, starring Queen Latifah and Dolly Parton, based on one of the characters in that film having autism. And Queen Latifah's character has a great quote in that movie where she says, "When things don't fit in a nice, pretty box, you build a bigger box." And that's what we have to do for individuals in their autism community. And my mom, love her to death, she's here with me today, had the opportunity to really create a bigger box for me, and that's why I'm here today. I love you, Mom. So, thank you. And now she's going to be blushing for the next 30 minutes, so I am so sorry for that. But she found what worked for me. She found that occupational speech and physical were integral. Using my key interest of being the sixth member of the Backstreet Boys to find music and theater therapy as an integral way of helping me with my sensory processing challenges. Also including reward systems and token systems as a way of helping me build on my self-motivation, especially when I was initially diagnosed with autism when I was 4 years old. And then also positive reinforcement practices. Telling our kids what they're good at the beginning of each day can really help provide a positive mindset for them in their academics every single day, but also their lives as well. And then also self-advocacy. It's so important in our society that we teach our kids about their diagnoses at earlier ages, because I grew up knowing I was special, but not knowing what that meant. So for years in my life, it was just me going to specialized children's hospitals and finding services and seeing kids lining up blocks and lining up their toys. And I was always like, these individuals are special just like me, but why am I special? And it was so life-changing to learn about my diagnosis. So my background today, I would say about 80% of our annual referrals are in speaking with diversity, equity, inclusion groups, employee resource groups, about tapping into this untapped talent pool. Some of the things that you should know is that those with autism, on average, are more likely to stay at a job longer. They are more likely to take less time off from work. And when we talk about the majority of reasonable accommodations, I speak to so many companies, even globally, who say, well, Kerry, I'm not sure if I could actually hire somebody who's on the autism spectrum because I think it's going to affect the bottom line. And a lot of people don't know this. The majority of reasonable accommodations cost absolutely nothing. And when they do, it's typically just an onboarding fee of around $500 to $1,000. So let's start changing the conversation. I took my love of theater when I graduated from college to really just get involved with the entertainment industry. I got to meet a wonderful man named Todd Graff, who was directing this movie called Joyful Noise. And I told him about how theater had an impact on me growing up on the autism spectrum. And he was like, Kerry, would you like to be a consultant on this film? I didn't actually know this was a job that people could get paid for, and I thought I was getting punked at the time, and I thought it was just like a practical joke that my parents kind of like threw at me from like a family friend. But within just a few days, I was working on this Hollywood film with one of the characters having autism, and we've now got an opportunity to work on a wide range of films and TV shows today that focus on autism-related characters, because representation truly, truly matters within our community, and seeing more individuals with disabilities on the screen today. I took my love of trying to support the disability community to start a 501c3 nonprofit organization called KFM Making a Difference, where we provide not only peer mentoring for individuals with developmental disabilities from the ages of 16 to 24, but we also provide 130 scholarships for autistic students to pursue a post-secondary education in the past 9 years. And 100% of our 100 of our scholarship applicants actually wrote a chapter for our book, Autistics on Autism, where 100% of the proceeds from this book that came out last year go directly back to support our nonprofit organization. So along the way, one of my mentees, when I was just starting off my nonprofit, said to me, Kerry, how do I learn more about the autism community from people who are actually impacted by autism? And I didn't have any resources to share with him, really. So I thought to myself, why not write a book? I assumed it would sell 50 copies and be a good Christmas gift for my parents. When my first book, Defining Autism from the Heart, came out, focused on self-advocacy. But within 3 days, it became an Amazon bestseller for special need parenting. And it continued to give us a platform to discuss autism within our communities, writing books about autism in relationships, college for students with disabilities, in addition to how we look at this life after lockdown, after COVID-19, how we could support individuals with developmental disabilities. And one of the most fun things I get to do as part of my job is I get to meet local self-advocates, and I get the opportunity to nurture their self-advocacy. We got to meet this incredible family that I wanted to highlight with all of you today, because it's a unique message that I hope more people in our community can really relate to. So we're going to play this video, and fingers crossed tech works. Yeah. You have two sisters, Rachel?
Both sisters.
Both sisters. JJ, what do you like to do for fun?
Chicken on Ubers. TV shows.
His personality is amazing. He's so funny. He doesn't even know it. Like, he doesn't know how funny he is, which makes it better.
I love how JJ makes these movies, and he uses the stuffed animals, and he shows us to all of us, and I think it's really cool.
What is one of your favorite things about your sister?
Like that.
JJ, you like that with Katie?
Yeah, okay, yeah. What do you like about me? Yeah, me.
Yeah.
What do you like?
Television.
Okay.
How does it make you feel?
It makes me really upset.
Yeah. For siblings who might be watching this at home, what would you like them to know if they may have a brother or sister who's on the autism spectrum?
Celebrate accomplishments, encourage them to do the best that they can. We have a good family.
Yeah.
Everyone's supportive. It's just circle love.
So one of the key messages I hope I could leave you with today is that it takes a village. And you have to realize that regardless of where you are in this journey, whether you're an educator here today, a therapist, a parent, or a self-advocate, it's important to know that every single individual in your lives can hopefully become part of this village to make sure that we're providing reliable autism resources across the lifespan for our over 70 million individuals who are autistic today. So every single place I go to speak, I've had the opportunity to travel the globe and get the opportunity to share my story, but I realized that many individuals in our local communities didn't have an opportunity to share and lift their voices. So I started a video series as part of my Facebook page, Kerry's Autism Journey, where we now get to not only nurture self-advocacy in these young individuals, but also give them a platform to hopefully break down barriers and biases within our community. We've highlighted everyone from a 6-month-old with Down syndrome in the Bahamas all the way to an Army veteran with cerebral palsy who didn't tell his platoon that he had cerebral palsy so he could fight for our country. So it was truly, truly remarkable. The other big note I hope I could leave you with today is that girls with disabilities often fall through the cracks in our society. We see this so much with so many girls being able to bear masks, different characteristics such as stimming, such as known as self-stimulatory behavior. There are some individuals who fall through the cracks because of that. We're going to skip this video and maybe come back for it if we have a little bit of time. But what I will tell you about Rachel's story is that Rachel is a truly amazing individual who didn't get diagnosed until she was a little bit older. And it was because of, again, so much stigma in our communities is focused on boys with disabilities. Now, we're not only talking about autism, but we're talking about ADD, ADHD, and the neurodiverse lens that we talk about in our communities. In addition to that, when we talk about this topic of autism, we need more not only government organizations, but we also need more travel destinations to go about certification. I've had the wonderful opportunity to collaborate with a group called IBCCES, who do certified autism centers around the country. We just spent yesterday at Aquaventure at Atlantis, and they are a certified autism center. We got to see sensory guides that they had for different rides, which told you how much sensory processing each ride specifically had. And it was just so amazing to see the structure there, especially to bring families of autistic children to our parks. It was truly an amazing thing to see. In addition to that, when we talk about this, it's also just great to reduce stigmas. One of the great things about certified autism centers is that they train up to 80% of their employees on autism and sensory awareness in the hopes of helping these individuals understand a little bit more about how to approach our community. So how I got involved in making the world more inclusive, my interest in certification started with wanting to host more sensory-friendly meetings in my home state of New Jersey. For the past 10 years, I've played an autism and sensory-friendly Santa Claus, where we had the opportunity to meet children with disabilities at their level to really, truly support them, especially from a sensory processing perspective. So I decided to join a board called IBCCS based in Jacksonville, Florida in 2019 to support this community. So during my work in public speaking, one of the most interesting experiences I had was when I was speaking at a Fortune 500 company, and we were speaking about diversity, equity, inclusion, and one of the individuals in there asked me if every single person who has autism grows up to be the good doctor. If anyone has seen The Good Doctor is a show on ABC focused on Dr. Sean Murphy, a savant who is on the autism spectrum. And that's why we need to make sure people realize that autism is not only in children, but there are going to be individuals in our workplaces that you meet in the future who are also going to have these diagnoses. And not every single person you meet will end up fitting in this lens of the Rain Man, Good Doctor stereotype. So that's the other big thing. We have to realize that autism has no look. Typically, the two most common things people say to me when they come up to me for the first time is they say, Kerry, you have autism, but you don't look like you have autism. And then also, Kerry, you have autism, but you look so normal. Disability has no look. And it's important that we not only discuss this, because it's also important about promoting kindness. When we talk about our society, there are going to be people that you meet who you're only going to see the challenges that may face on the surface. You're not going to know what's going on in day-to-day lives. So one of my biggest challenges, though, was sensory related. I grew up having a hypersensitivity when it came to loud noises. I would wear earbuds in my ears. I would wear sunglasses in many of my classrooms due to fluorescent lights. So luckily, though, I had not only a great occupational therapy team, but I also had an in-house occupational therapist who truly, truly helped me. And this is a global movement that we're seeing. There are more groups that want to go about certifications because they realize that it's not only the right thing to do, but it also demonstrates high ROI, because at the end of the day, more individuals are likely to buy products from groups that patronize with the disability community and support those with disabilities. We were so excited to see that Mesa, Arizona became one of the first autism certified cities in the globe. And they have done a remarkable work, not only to provide certified autism centers for first responder groups, but also their businesses and travel destinations as well. And in addition to that, Dubai recently announced it plans to become the first certified autism destination in the Eastern Hemisphere. Give your guys yourselves a round of applause. That's really, truly, truly remarkable. And we need more individuals like yourselves championing this cause. So we applaud Dubai for taking the necessary steps to make certifications like this possible, realizing the importance of the autism community. One of my favorite experiences I've ever had was at a certified autism center. After growing up as somebody who struggled with textural issues and having issues with water on my skin, there was always something soothing about playing with animals in the water. So I got to go to the Discovery Cove in Florida, which was at a certified autism center, and we got the opportunity to swim with dolphins. And I have terrible balance issues. I can't ride a bike for the life of me. And in the water that day, I was having some challenges because the land was very, very tough. I also have flat feet, so that didn't help the situation. So I was at Discovery Cove, and one of the best things that somebody did for me there was just showing me compassion. They not only showed me compassion in being able to just hold my hand while I was going in the water to swim with the dolphins, but they asked questions when they were unsure about something. I think some of the easiest things that could help our autism community are some of the things that just make the most common sense in the world. Continue to ask questions when you're uncertain about something, and then also pursuing competence. They pursued competence for me every single minute that I was there at that park. And that's truly why I love the idea of certifications in our local community. In addition to that, other things to consider, autism and the majority of disabilities are lifelong. While early intervention is the key, those first 5 years are pivotal, we need to realize that people don't cure themselves of having autism. We spoke in Egypt a few years ago when we were laying the pyramids of Giza blue, and I was just talking to somebody about this earlier, and one of the parents asked me if exorcisms could cure autism, and I was like, oh, wow, that's an interesting perspective I haven't heard from before. It just goes to show that the education truly needs to be there in more of our local communities, because if you don't have that personal connection, and just by a show of hands really quickly today, how many of you know of somebody who's on the autism spectrum? And if you feel comfortable, how many of you have a sibling or a family member who's on the autism spectrum? Okay. And if you feel comfortable enough, how many self-advocates are here today? Yeah, we have quite a few. It takes a village, and using your voice can truly make such an important change within our community. Another key message I hope I could leave you with today, if it isn't written down, it didn't not happen. Documentation is so important, especially when we look in 2023. Hearsay is something we really can't get behind anymore. We need to make sure that we're not only documenting in our workplaces, but also for our kids. I think it's important for every therapist and educator to have a journal where they can document for their child, look at short and long-term goals that they have for the individuals, but also helping the parents understand about their developmental milestones as well. And I truly believe this message right here. I think schools should truly have a mandatory class that you get credit for, where you learn more about people with diagnoses. Imagine students getting just a little education on autism, ADHD, Down syndrome, dyslexia, cerebral palsy. It could make a huge impact on understanding and acceptance. I truly believe that in that message. And that's why many individuals in our local communities are pivoting our conversations. April is also known to many of us as Autism Awareness Month, but many individuals in our community are pivoting it to Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month, realizing that it's not enough to just be aware about autism, but how can we be inclusive? So these are some great ways that we can be inclusive in our education setting today. One of the biggest things I say is that finding an individual and understanding what type of learner they are, whether they're a visual learner, whether they're an auditory learner, or whether they're a kinetic learner, where they learn by movement and moving around. Being able to, again, meet every single individual where they are. Being concise, giving choices, also considering visual timers as a way of helping individuals with transitions. Educate on stimming and flapping. For example, I've been stimming this entire time. Every single time I've moved my hand like this is a stim. And for everyone here in this room, every single one of you stim. Whenever you've rocked back and forth in a chair during a long meeting, that's a stim. Stimming and flapping can look vastly different. Some are going to be arm movements, twirling around in circles, while some of it is just like me, just rubbing my hands and doing this every now and then. And for so many individuals, if you see that happening, don't stop the stim, especially if it's not injurious to them or people in their local community. Also, in addition to that, in our school systems, we really need to focus on the parent-teacher collaboration. But in addition to that, we also need to realize that mental health is a true priority. We need to defeat stigmas that see autism as a mental health disorder, but we do need to realize that some people with autism have mental health-related challenges and comorbidities. So connecting on people on a personal level, but also researching social emotional learning as well can be really beneficial. Also, in addition to that, consider lesson plans in your schools focused on giving individuals positive peer role models to look up to. We get the opportunity to speak in a wide range of K through 12 schools, where we get the opportunity to discuss, for example, individuals like Michael Jordan has ADD, Magic Johnson has attention deficit disorder, and my favorite on this list, Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd grew up with two laser-focused key interests. He grew up wanting to be a ghost hunter, and he grew up wanting to become a crime detective, and he took those two key passions to co-write a movie in the 1980s called, does anyone know what the movie is? Okay, sorry, karaoke with us later. We'll be outside during the lunch break. But it's so true. And years later, he would sit down with a reporter and he would say that it was because of his autism diagnosis was the reason that he was able to come out with that script. So when we look at some people with disabilities, realize that some people with disabilities are truly capable of amazing things. In addition to that, it's important to rule out SMA-associated and mental health conditions as humanly possible as well. And that was something my parents did for me. Learning about my diagnosis, I didn't learn about my diagnosis until I was in a social skills class where we were playing disability celebrity bingo, where we were learning about all these individuals. And I raised my hand and I asked the teacher, so teacher, you said all these people, some of the most talented and successful people in the globe are special, just like me. So why am I special? And she said I had to talk to my parents about that. So I talked to my parents about it right after school that day, and that was the first time they ever told me that I had autism. And it was life-changing. For so many years of not knowing why I was special, everything came full circle for the first time. And I started understanding why I was stimming, why I was wearing sunglasses in many of my classrooms, and everything just came to perfect sense for me. So it's important when we talk about this to have earlier conversations so when our children are in school, they can understand a little bit more about the accommodations that they may receive. Also consider having a dialogue with parents that you may know about the importance of a child's diagnosis as well. So in addition to that, what helped me is we need to emphasize that the key is communication, not speech. There's going to be individuals in our community, specifically where I'm based in the United States, 40% of all autistic people are either non-speaking or nonverbal. But one of the stigmas we have is that a lot of people think that they are unintelligent and have a low IQ. And that couldn't be farther from the truth. Most people on average, especially in the United States who are nonverbal, have an average to above average IQ. So we need to realize that also the key is communication, not speech, but just because somebody's nonverbal does not necessarily mean that they're unintelligent. There's some great global tools that you can use to understand how individuals in your communities communicate, such as the communication matrix. This is a free benchmarking tool that helps assess how individuals communicate within our local communities, from things like pre-attentional behavior, intentional behavior, and then also unconventional, and also helping you understand the differences between nonverbal and non-speaking, because there's a lot of stigmas around that. Nonverbal literally means no noises at all, no babbling at a certain amount of months a kid is growing up. Non-speaking could be something completely opposite of that. In addition to that importance of peer mentoring, I truly believe that every school system around the globe should have a strong peer mentoring program because it just makes sense. It doesn't affect the bottom line in our schools. Typically, it just takes an academic advisor 20 to 25 hours every academic year to put into place to give kids positive peer role models. It not only has been shown to lead to decreases in depression, anxiety, but it also helps from a bullying prevention perspective as well. And then social connections can lead to academic success. We need to educate our schools about the importance of providing more elective opportunities, but also more unified classrooms as well, helping individuals with and without disabilities be able to interact, not only to become more inclusive overall, but to help them have those social connections, because a little awareness can truly go a long way. And then also considering educating around universal design for learning. Lecture style is truly, truly dying in many of our communities. So the importance of getting individuals out of their seat and engaging with them is really, really important. Hey, Mama Mags, how am I doing on time? Nice. See, I put her to work. Guys. Encouraging parent involvement can also be, and she'll be blushing for the next 12 minutes too. It's amazing. I love you, Mom. I love you. Encouraging parent involvement is really key as well. I did my dissertation. I got my doctorate in education at New Jersey City University, so I could become an adjunct professor while I continue my full-time job public speaking. And I did a qualitative study focused on the perception of resources for parents of children with autism who are in online communities. And what we learned from these semi-structured interviews was the importance of trying to find a village, especially for those who have multiple jobs, for military families who might be traveling a lot, being able to find your village online. And seeing that a lot of parents have found success using Facebook groups and other methods of technology as a way of helping them communicate, especially around referrals towards different therapies and supports in their local areas. Also consider in your schools having alumni organizations comprising of individuals with disabilities to educate the school districts about the disability community and what helped them when they were in school. Again, something that doesn't affect the bottom line, and it just makes a lot of sense. In addition to that, creating home safety zones, one of the things that we've loved about the certified autism centers we've seen here in Dubai is that each one of them has a quiet zone or a quiet space. And that just helps so many of us, regardless if somebody has autism and has social and communication challenges or sensory-related challenges. All of us could use a quiet space every now and then. I know I could. And then also considering how we look at visuals, especially for non-speaking individuals, I definitely recommend, especially in local parks that you know, considering advocating with your local governments to look at instituting communication boards as a way of helping individuals who are non-speaking communicate with those who are verbal. PECS boards, also known as Picture Exchange Communication Systems, are something that has truly been very, very helpful for many individuals within our autism community. In addition to that, we need more inclusive events in our classrooms. And I wanted to share a quick video with all of you so you could get a little sense of one of the things that we're doing to try to be more inclusive for the world.
Meeting with Santa. The 8-year-old has autism and is nonverbal. Her father brought her to this event because this Santa's helper understands the challenges of autism firsthand.
Santa also has autism. It's such a special connection, special bond.
The helper is actually 28-year-old Kerry Magro. Diagnosed at 4, his sensory challenges prevented him from visiting Santa as a child. He created this event so others like him don't miss out.
This event is more inclusive because we dim the lights, we turn down the sound and try to help them as much as we can.
Just does a great job. It just takes his time. There's no rush.
Most of the elves and Mrs. Claus are occupational therapists and special education teachers. The team visited with 181 special needs families, including 4-year-old Rusty Marsh. Is this the first time you've seen Santa?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
And was he a nice Santa?
Yes.
With 1 in 68 children diagnosed with autism, Magro hopes to inspire more sensory-friendly events all year round.
Autism doesn't stop in December. It doesn't stop during Christmas.
Santa says,
This is the best Christmas gift of all.
this is the 3rd year of the event, and Magro's mom is one of those jolly elves.
So the girl in the last slide that said, I want everybody to be happy, we're actually working on a children's book together right now that is going to be focused on autism and sensory-friendly Santa, where I believe most of the proceeds will go back to our scholarship program as well. So it's just important overall when we talk about these sensory-friendly inclusion events. Again, it just makes sense. It gets more people out to our public areas. It also can help build attendance, especially after COVID-19, with COVID-19 hesitancy in some of our areas. If you want to learn more about how you can create a sensory-friendly inclusive event, I would definitely recommend going to this website called paautism.org. On their website, they have a one-sheet PDF where you could learn a little bit more about the sensory considerations you could put into place to make this a reality in your local area, such as being able to turn down bright lights, turn down external noises, and the other sensory considerations as well. Also realize that bullying is such a huge epidemic across the globe. When we were here in 2016 speaking at the Autism Around the World conference, we got to work with the Dubai Autism Center. And one of the key messages that we left with them was that bullying is something that's not only in school-age children. We see a lot of bullying in the workplaces today as well. So we have to realize that this could be a lasting challenge for many in our community. I didn't have the social abilities to defend myself in many cases as somebody who didn't start speaking complete sentences till I was 7. And it's really, really important that we educate our kids on what a friend is, what a bully is, and how to go about stopping bullying, especially for our verbal students. When stopping bullying happened for me completely, I realized what bullies did. So I would role play different scenarios in my classrooms with my teachers on how to stop a bullying, where if somebody said to me, Kerry, you have autism, but you are so stupid, I would turn around and I'd be like, well, yeah, sometimes I do stupid things. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. And that literally would stop the bully from actually, because when you don't give them the power over you, we have to realize that bullying simply is just that, an imbalance of power. And when that bully wants the power over somebody else, being able to tell the bully that regardless of what you say, you could hate my guts, I'm still gonna love you anyway, it completely stops that situation from happening. So let's continue those conversations. October is also National Bullying Prevention Month, so it has a global perspective on discussing the importance of pivoting from autism awareness to autism acceptance. There's also going to be individuals in your community who would prefer to be called an autistic individual versus a person with autism. That's really, really important to understand. There's some individuals, especially in our autism and deaf communities, who find validation in their diagnoses. So in addition to that, when you look at things like low functioning and high functioning, it's really, really important to understand that I could speak in front of a room of 300 people like today and be considered quote unquote high functioning. But people don't see the struggles that I'm probably going to have to deal with tomorrow, recharging my batteries because of being able to speak, hearing the speakers and the loud noises going on. And during that time, I would not be considered quote unquote high functioning. So when you think about this, consider support needs, those who might have high support needs versus low support needs. And like so many of our speakers have already mentioned, just calling the individual by their name and explaining a little bit more about their strengths and associated challenges. So finally, the 10 things that really helped me get to where I am today speaking in front of all of you. The first thing is that we need to make sure that we're providing positive peer role models, that we're focused on the transition period as well. Our autistic kids will become autistic adults, and we need to be ready for them. I've given 2 TED Talks that are available to check out on YouTube, focused on adult autism, where we discuss this in more detail. Role-playing, it just helps everyone. It helps build a structure, not only in terms of mock interviews, dating scenarios, but also helping build on social skills as well. Servant leadership, I had so much mind blindness growing up, and I thought it was my way or the highway most of the time, and I didn't understand the perspectives of others. And getting involved in community service helped open my eyes to some of the hardships that individuals face in our communities. I think that our students should have just 10 hours of community service every academic year to understand more about the perspectives of others in our community. Learning from other self-advocates, you obviously got to hear from Dr. Temple Grandin. She is phenomenal this morning. But continuing to promote self-advocates to give individuals an opportunity to look up to somebody. Peer mentoring, it just makes sense. Every school should have them. Before COVID-19, we were giving staff development for 350 educators in Las Vegas. And we asked them, how many of you have a strong peer mentoring program in your school? And only 3 out of the 350 raised their hands. And I was stunned. This doesn't affect the bottom line, and it's just the right thing to do. Like Queen Latifah's character says, create a bigger box. So when it comes to therapy, you have to meet each individual where they are. But I've seen positive benefits of cognitive behavioral therapy as a way of helping individuals go towards positive thoughts who might have negative thoughts and challenging behaviors. Self-reflection, I think, again, documentation is key for all the educators in the room. But in addition to that, it just helps build on self-awareness for individuals, especially those who are just learning about their diagnosis. Physical activity, as we learn more about the brain, we're also realizing that just 30 minutes of walking a day has benefits on short-term and long-term retention, while also helping with positive endorphins. Also, finding support networks. ICAN is a tremendous, tremendous resource. I hope all of you go to their website after this presentation today and really gain their resources, get their ebook, because they're truly making a difference. And then also writing a blog, because your voice has true power within our community, and it's upon all of us. If I could leave you with any final message, is I hope you can be brave. I grew up being the kid who never wanted to tell anybody about my autism diagnosis because I was worried how everybody would feel when they heard that I had autism for the first time. And now today I go into the companies and they say to me, Kerry, I want to do professional development on autism, and I want to have you speak in my conferences, but I'm not brave enough to kind of talk about autism because it's such a sensitive topic. And with the numbers continuing to increase, not only where I'm from in the US, where it's 1 in 36, but globally, I want every single one of you in this room to be brave, because it's about our community and it's about supporting these individuals across the lifespan. So I like to say that autism can't define me, and I define autism. And I can only hope that regardless of any single journey that any of you have in this life, that you can go out there you could define your lives and your journeys in the way that you best see it every single day. And if you need any help getting started in these conversations, please stay in touch. Thank you all so much for having me here today.
Yeah, so just one small announcement that we have. We would really love to felicitate Kerry's mother, and we would like to call upon Miss Mercy, as she's as well a parent, and hand over the award to Kerry's mother. Ma'am, please. Now, it's a true honor to call Dr. Nadia Al-Saig on stage. She's our chief guest. Please, all of you all, a big round of applause for ma'am. She's the founder and director general of Senses Residential and Daycare for Special Needs. We would really like to felicitate ma'am, as Senses has been the strategic partner for ICAN. Next, we would social media. Yeah. We'll just do a bit of that. Next, we would like to felicitate MENA organization as well, as they as well are the strategic partners for ICAN. A big round of applause. Thank you so much. And now we would like to felicitate Farhan Shahid, who is from Senses and has been helping us with the entire organization of ICAN. So thanks to one and all for helping us putting this show up. Okay, now I would like to invite Dr. Nadia to say a few words. Yes,
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على خير الأنام محمد المصطفى وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Good morning everyone, and I would like to welcome the International Conference for Autism and Neurodevelopmental Disorder, ICAN Dubai 2023. It's a great honor to be a part of this event, and hope we come down with this conference with the best practice to the region and share knowledge to the latest trends on autism and neurodevelopmental disorder. And really, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you all, thank the speakers and the partners of this conference, and especially the audience for your participation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So now we will be inaugurating our book, Treatments for Autism. As we did see in the film, it was earlier already inaugurated in English, but now we are inaugurating it in Arabic language. So ma'am would do the honors. To give you a brief about this book has all the therapies, treatments, all the information about autism and all kinds of newer age treatments as well in the book. You can have a copy online on our website. You can request for that, as well as we have English books that are available. So you can just send us an email on our website. Just log on to www.autismconnect.com. and you can just subscribe for the book and you will be able to get one. Thank you so much, everyone. I would really be very thankful to all of you. Thank you so much.